Then also, before you get back to wherever you're going, you get tired. You have waist problems. And, at least they should fix it for us. If not the asphalt, the normal ones, I think it will be okay. And you can imagine the stress that you pass through. The drivers don't want to even come.
The road hasn't always been like this, but residents say over the years, a lack of maintenance and heavy-duty trucks plying this route has made it difficult to use.
Beyond the market, the Mid-Year Ajay Kotoku stretch serves as a key access road to several factories. The poor state of the road slows the movement of trucks supplying goods to these businesses. At the Kotoku Electoral Area Office, Assembly Member Udate Mohammed admits the state of the road is stifling development and discouraging new investment.
When the road is done, for first one, the industries, I think their business is going to grow. A lot of other companies will come and buy their products. Because of the road, a lot of companies are willing to come to some of the companies. But because of the road, they are not coming. They are comparing it to a place that the road, it's good for them. So that at least going to a mechanic or doing maintenance will be less. So it's my dream that when the road is constructed, the companies on the stretch from Mid-Year to Kotoku, their business is going to boom. And I'm praying that the road should be fixed.
He also points to steps being taken to address the issue.
Well, I remember the last assembly meeting, I asked a question to Engineer Edrin. He works with the urban roads. I said, Honorable, when is the road going to be fixed from Mid-Year to Kotoku? He said, Honorable, your road is 4.2 kilometers. We are waiting to come and do a feasibility studies. When the feasibility studies is done, I can assure you that the road will be fixed.
For traders and commuters, they say until repairs are done, the challenges along the Mid-Year Ajay Kotoku road will persist. For Joy News, I am Pale Ufuri.
Love 99.5 FM presents the 7th edition of the Lovatham Primary Schools Quiz. This is where brilliance meets challenge as talented pupils from schools across the region go head-to-head, testing their knowledge in mathematics, English, science, and current affairs. It's more than just questions and answers. It's a celebration of learning, courage, and excellence. Watch as young leaders step onto the stage, confident, focused, and ready to make their mark. The Lovatham Vitamilk Primary Schools Quiz will be live on TV, Joy Prime, and Joy Learning, and on your favorite radio station, Love 99.5 FM. The Lovatham Vitamilk Primary Schools Quiz, an avenue for kids to learn and have fun.
Brought to you by
Vitamilk, Bigo Cola, and Vena Mineral Water.
Ultimate fashion, beauty is our style.
Bright Future Publication,
Cowbell, Our Milk,
Orion Science Publication,
Winter Special Gary Mix, proudly Ghanaian.
Amansia Rural Bank PLC, your reliable financial partner.
Some things don't arrive, they've always been. Not for a day, for all of time. Until quietly something shifts. Moving from someday to now. Women are not honored in time. They are woven through it, shaping every story, every voice, every breath. We are because she is, and because tomorrow they will be.
Let's talk.
Ghana man dear, a Gideon Quao, Titru Asantimantem, ensure 104.5 FM, and the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, at the Ghana Man Fair 2026 Abraham, a Nami and Sajmedian Yadebramo, a Fiera 27th, Copy Quasiara 29th March 2026, and upon on Crocop Menu Reno soon, a your man Ghana Newman Kwan Obehu, Niane, Anumnia, and Tadian in Pobua, and the Ghana Newman Bia, this year's year, Wabe, Nimekon Ketua, Adantemu, Nia Casifoni. Ye link you why I can to far with brain about my real live band music. I would media say I say a Fiada 27 copy in Quasiada 29th March a Fiana Panon Groko Pen you men on soon. Sagana man Tidia, Ranian supported the local industry. Nian Togana Nioma, Nian celebrate your mind Ghana. Media among the brain with number 1 car radio station in Sha 104.5 FM. Yannick Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kumasi branch. So Paso Baj Media B. Now so Basoya Sia. Friend number way 0245 594425.
Practice time management. Prioritize your tasks, manage your schedules effectively, and minimize distractions. This will help you use your time productively. For instance, create a daily to-do list and allocate specific time slots for important tasks.
Good Conduct, Great Life is brought to you by
Indomie. Tastes great.
Kivo 4-in-1 Gary Mix. It gets everything inside. Champion taste.
It's time to put the spotlight on indigenous Ghanaian businesses, homegrown innovations, products, and services. Is your product produced and made right here in Ghana? Then brace yourself for an exciting sales and music festival dubbed Ghana Fest 2026, the biggest sales and exhibition bazaar in March. To register as a business or vendor, call 053-100-3813 or 024-445-3929. Limited slots available. This event is powered by Joy Prime and Joy FM with support from Joy News and Hits FM. Ghana Fest 2026. Buy Ghana, sell Ghana, celebrate Ghana.
Cut out the noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
the spin around the issues,
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news,
the slander,
that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
Say we all day matter inside, we all they suffer. Something they cause me, they cause you, they cause your son and daughter. Where we all feel come together and try to sort each other. Then you go turn around and sell out just because of dollar. Managers they think how fast they go feature of something today. Forget about him, people, make them find them our own way. Forgetting, say the same people put out for where he day. He cast too high to see suffering below, he's too far away. Them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get eyes, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. nonsense. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boats where we they sink our sin. Myopia, they know they see nothing. Ice cold heart, they know they feel nothing. Bad minds, all they know they think about you. That be why we all day inside the boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside a boat where we they sink. I say them get ice, but them know they see. Them get hot, but them know they feel. Some too they get mind, but them know they think. That be why we all day inside the boats where we the sink.
The noise,
the anger,
the hostile opinion,
The spin around the issues.
the superficial colors and effects. But above all,
you can take away the misinformation and fake news.
The slander, that misrepresentation
that seeks to draw us back and divide us.
That's when
you will know
what's really happening.
That's when you will know. That's when you will know.
This is Joy News. Fearless, independent, and credible.
I have in my hands grains of paradise. So they are a bit red in color and they are very small. And in Ghana, it is called riechuru. Riechuru. The Hausas call it yaji. Others also call it awuza. And in Twi, it is called femwusa. Femwusa. It is mostly used in traditional medicine and it can be used to season your food as well. I remember when I was growing up, we used to stay in a certain house at Adaraka, and this woman will always, when you are coughing, she will tell you, hey, baby, and she will just put this in chewing sponge. When we are chewing the sponge, she will just put some in the sponge and tell you that chew it and swallow the water whenever we are coughing. So from time to time, if I'm coughing, which is a mild one, these are some of the things that I use to treat cough at home. What I have in my hands are coriander seeds. They are round in shape, and when you want to use it to spice your meat or use it to flavor any dish, you just have to crush them. You can also just lightly toast them. So because when you toast them, it is able to bring the bold flavors out. So you can just include it in your smoothie or, just once in a while sprinkle some on your meals and then eat. Some people also steep it in order to drink the tea because it has a lot of nutritional benefits. So these are coriander. When you taste it, it is sweet and it has this mild aromatic flavor. This is prekese, which we call Eden fruit. I love prekese in my soup. Oh my goodness. So you can use prekese in your soup, in your stew. You can use it in your palm nut soup, groundnut soup, or light soup. At times there are some insects in the prekese, so cut them into pieces and see if everything is okay. Then you put it into your soup. Some people also, roast it in order to bring the flavors out before they put it in their soup. We can also boil prekese and drink. So you can boil prekese, you can add ginger to it, and you can add quintia to it and boil it as a tea. You can add to your soup whole, or it can be in a blended form. So if you want to blend it, just cut this side, which is a bit softer, and then cut them into smaller bits and dry them, and then you can blend and keep them in an airtight container and keep it in your freezer. So whichever food that you are eating, be it smoothie, be it soup, be it whole meals, you can just take some, sprinkle it on the food, and then you are good to go. What I have right now is fenugreek. Fenugreek looks like small stones. They are brown in color, and when you taste it, it tastes a bit bitter. It's a bit bitter. And usually, fenugreek is used in the cosmetic industry, and it can also help, for hair growth. So just find out more about how you can use it. Some people also use it for traditional medicine. You can roast the seeds a bit and grind it into powdered form and use it, in smaller quantities in your meals. And please, I will admonish you, find out more about how you can use this fenugreek seeds to boost your overall immunity. These are cloves. In fact, they are one of my favorite spices. I recommend that every home must have cloves. In Chi, it is called pepper. In Ghana, I think they call it peple, and then the Fantis also call it prekuamba. It's because they look like small nails. They are spicy and hot, and it has an intense burning taste when you taste it. So if you are using it in your meals, you just have to use them in moderation. You can use it in your drinks as well. If you are preparing sobolo, you can just add a bit into your sobolo drink. It's still burning on my tongue as I bit into it. So when you have an emergency toothache, it has the ability to relieve pain. So in case you have a toothache and it's so severe, you just have to pop one into your mouth, chew, and then keep it at that place for a while. It will relieve the pain. In case you have prepared a meal and the meal has left your kitchen with an unpleasant odor, you can combine cloves and cinnamon together with orange peel and put it on fire and boil. It fills the whole place with this beautiful aroma. This is also cinnamon. Cinnamon tastes a bit like cloves. It tastes so sweet and has this aromatic flavor too. You can crush it into a powdered form, grind it into a powdered form, or crush it and use it in your drinks. If you are boiling some drinks, at home, you can just crush and use it. Or you can also grind it and use it in your smoothie or sprinkle some on your food. Cinnamon powder can be used also in baking. Cinnamon is harvested from the back of a tree. It is strong, it has a pungent and aromatic flavor. I have in my hands nkete, which is anise seeds. It can be used to season meat or fish. And when you pop one into your mouth, oh my goodness, it has this strong aromatic flavor. So when you are using it, please use it in moderation. You can use it together with other spices to season your meat or your fish. And just, explore and know how best this flavor will be to your taste. What I might like will not be the same flavor that you might like. So explore and know which one works best for you. This is turmeric, just like we harvest ginger. That's how turmeric is. But what I have here is the powder. If you are doing like fries, you can just get some of this powder and sprinkle it in your fries. Or if you are, drinking a smoothie, you can just put some into your smoothie. Or even in powdered form, you can just sprinkle some on your food and eat. It has lots of nutrients in it. So each spice that I have put here has nutrients that, when you consume it, it helps with your body. There are some that helps, with arthritis. There are some that helps with, your blood pressure. There are some that helps, with your general well-being. So, you have to know which one works for you and what you are consuming. And one thing I just want to share with you is that, don't say that, okay, spices has a lot of benefits, so I want to combine all spices and use. Just, identify about 2 or 3 and be using it. Let your body get to know to that particular spice and know that,
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough? Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
It's the morning where I don't know to say I'm used to this or I should be angry. I don't know whether to say I'm fatigued just hearing these figures of brazen daylight robbery of the exchequer. It doesn't appear that there is consequences for some of these very serious crimes. The Republic, once again, is a classic example of a crime scene. As you may be aware, the Deputy Minister for Finance was in Parliament. And there are people who have been seeking, companies, contractors, who have been seeking to confirm or to extract from the state monies. How much are they looking to get from the state as arrears that the state needs to pay? A whopping 68.7 billion is what was submitted as arrears, that the auditors rejected 8.1 billion outright due to fraud, duplication, and lack of work done. An additional 13.3 billion Ghana cedis remains unvalidated due to insufficient documentation. So what is happening? We'll give you the details of what appears to be a very serious situation discovered by the Auditor General through a special audit involving Ernst & Young and PricewaterhouseCoopers. As many as 500,000, I didn't say 5,000, I didn't say 500, 500,000 Ghanaian youth are chasing 5,000 jobs in the security sector. Yes, we have places for 5,000. But when we advertise for applicants, we got as many as 500,000 youth who want the 5,000 places. The president has been flying in his brother's private jets. He doesn't see anything wrong with it. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Is there something wrong with it? But why has he decided to ban CSOs or CEOs and boards from traveling for studies, for retreats, and so on? Be right back to get into the details. I'm Samson Ladi Anyanini. Don't go anywhere. My guests are right here in the studio.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Danica. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it they carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it they make water they flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Save kutu, save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
When nations rise, it begins with bold conversations. When economies grow, it is driven by partnership. This April, Ghana's business and policy leaders converge at the Pro Business Forum 2026, the nation's premier platform for investment, enterprise, and economic transformation, with special guest of honor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, joining captains of industry, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs.
The Pro Business Forum is more than just an event. It is a call to action. And so let us work together to build a Ghana that is competitive, productive, and inclusive, and a Ghana that creates opportunities for all.
Come, let's engage in high-level dialogue, explore industry exhibitions, build powerful networks, and unlock real opportunities from finance and insurance to manufacturing, agribusiness, SMEs, and innovation. This is where it all happens. From the 3rd to the 5th of April 2026 at the Kwo Convention Center in Praeso Hills. Go to www.kwobusinessforum.com and register now. To register for exhibitions, call 059 555 5885 or 059 555 5995. Kwo Business Forum. Connect, promote, grow.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage.
The Ashesi advantage to me is one of helping people to step outside the immediate surroundings to see a big picture.
I think that the Ashesi advantage has to do with the fact that no matter where you find yourself, you are able to stand out.
One thing that helped me take up entrepreneurship was because I had been at Ashesi. The culture had encouraged us to pursue passions. The culture had encouraged us to solve problems for Africa.
Over the years, I've seen Ashesi grow into a more trusted brand that is recognized across the globe.
I think the highlight of my experience in Ashesi was its ability to impact the spirit of empathy or a sense of responsibility to people less privileged than myself.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park. Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. And this for kids. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
A total of 8.1 billion Ghana cedis was rejected for various reasons, including unsupported documentation, duplication, overstatement, already paid items, falsified stores receipt advice, and no work done. About 1 billion Ghana cedis of the outstanding BTAs, which refers to invoices and IPCs processed by MDAs in 2024, approved by Ministry of Finance, submitted to Controller and Accountant General's Department, and pending payment were rejected. It refers to requests by MDAs for payments to suppliers and contractors and certified for payment by various public officers across the approval hierarchies have also been rejected. They were rejected for various reasons, including absence of supporting documents, duplications, recycled invoices and IPCs, overstatements, and no work done. When auditors contacted these 5 banks to confirm the liability, every single one of them denied being owed any amount by government under the said arrangement. According to the auditors, the said 89.4 million Ghana cedis debt was fictitious. Without the audit intervention, a whopping 89.4 million Ghana cedis of hard-earned public money could have been disbursed to settle this non-existent liability. The government of Ghana paid for 34,000 metric tons of rice to address the impact of the dry spell. However, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture received and distributed 24,000 metric tons of rice. To date, 10,000 metric tons of rice remains unaccounted for, even though the entire quantity has been fully paid for. Right, Honorable Speaker. Payment of 10.5 million Ghana cedis was recorded as having been made into an account named the buffer account at a commercial bank. Upon verification, the bank confirmed that it had never received such payment. The account number cited did not exist within the bank's records and did not even conform to its account numbering format.
We need the Public Account Committee to go into this matter. And Mr. Speaker, nobody should attempt to invite you to set up a certain ad hoc committee. We have our own regular committees that have been established, and there is no exceptional situation.
I can understand why you are protesting that a special committee should not be set up, that it should be referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, we will not accept that because your side chairs the Public Accounts Committee. We will not accept that. We will not accept that. It's a special audit.
My guests are seated. Yunus Afuseni is former MP, Tamale Central, and former Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. He was also responsible for the road sector. He is to my extreme left. Thank you very much, Honorable, for making time to join us here. Right by him is Andrew Ejapa-Mensah, lawyer, former MP, 2nd D, former Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. He was previously in all the Energy Ministry as well. Thank you, Honorable, for making time to join us.
Always a pleasure.
Kofi Bentel, the rebel, lawyer and Senior Vice President, Imani Africa. Former what? Former rebel, still rebel. Since the two people I've introduced all are former MPs,
former nothing.
I wanted to be sure where you belong in the former category. The man who likes to say it as blunt as it comes, and used to spend quite some time here on NEWSFILE, Joe Jackson, Chief Executive Officer, Dalex Finance Ghana. Thank you very much for making time to be here with us. Senyor Hosi is convener, One Ghana Movement, and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. So today, you have a host of blunt-speaking Ghanaians with a rebel in their middle. So, what are they going to say about this? Are they going to call this clear theft, or as some people say, a government whose oral pledge is failing and is trying to throw dust into our eyes, looking at very clear errors that have been made on certain statements and projecting them as matters of corruption and stealing? So, as you know, a special audit into Ghana's unpaid debts has uncovered a whopping 21.35 billion Ghana cedis suspicious, duplicated, and fictitious claims on the state's coffers. This has compelled the government to pledge that it will prosecute all individuals involved in what it has called a systemic plunder of the public purse. The amount is made up of 8.1 billion outright rejection and 13.26 billion that must be justified before payments can be effected. The disallowed amounts were part of 68.7 billion submitted to the Ministry of Finance as unpaid interim payment certificates, that's IPCs, invoices and bank transfers, advices owed to contractors. And in July, government taxed the Ghana Audit Service, working in partnership with Ernst & Young and PricewaterhouseCoopers, to verify and validate the 68.7 billion submitted to the Ministry of Finance in the unpaid IPCs and invoices and bank transfers owed to contractors. Now, this is the picture that we are seeing in your shot. So let me begin with Joe Jackson. You are very familiar with this terrain. You are seeing the figures. I don't know if I've become like beginning to develop like a seared sort of conscience to some of these things because I'm getting tired of it. We get told of all of this all the time, and we get told that people will be prosecuted for them, but nothing really happens. But this time, what do you see? Is it premature?
Listen, since I heard this, I've been through a series of emotions. I've been angry and saying, why do we do this to ourselves? And there's one test that I apply. I ask myself, I'm a chief executive. I'm supposed to protect Dalex, the Dalex purse. If an audit came to me with similar results, forgive me, you can't get away. My finance department won't get away telling me these are errors. That you made those kind of errors is bad. It's a dismissal offense. That somebody made it intentionally goes beyond saying. And each time how can you submit to the Ministry of Finance at best, or at worst, depending on if you call it an error, you should be fired. You should be prosecuted as an accountant for delivering these sort of numbers. And I'm tempted to think, just maybe these are not errors, these are worse than errors. So I'm angry. It just goes to show how deep this canker is. And Samson, I'm sorry, don't get tired. We should continue to be angry. We should continue to be furious, because the day we get tired is the day we give up. Then everything is gone. We can't afford to look at this, the numbers that have been presented, and say we are tired. It's the same old issue. No, somebody should be prosecuted. No, somebody should go to jail. And if it doesn't happen...
So those are your preliminary comments. I'll return to you. Kofi, we'll get into the details, Kofi, because I'm reading where the minister says, in one circumstance, the bank, is giving an account. Banks are called and the banks confirm that we don't actually owe anybody. Then accounts that were supposed to be the accounts to be the conduit for the corruption, so to speak, are actually not bank accounts that exist. So how is the payment going to be made in the first place?
Because the people in the chain are part of the rot. Okay, look, we make these things sound so esoteric and so wild and weird. This is common thievery. Has been going on for decades. Both NDC and NPP, the richest subsector of our whole citizenry are politicians and senior civil servants and these senior bank people and that kind of thing. You and I know what we've done with Occupy Ghana and everything, trying to bring these people to book, and it doesn't work because there's a bipartisan agreement to loot this country. If you even provide service to the government, there was a time I used to sell computers and I made a decision I won't sell to government anymore. In fact, I have a funny story. When I sold to one of these government institutions, and just to get my money out, go here, come here, fill this, pass here, I actually went into the office, packed the equipment, and took them out. All right? Why am I giving you this story? If you even provide service to government, to get your money out, to get paid, the forms you fill, the places you go, the things you have to go through, and then we keep hearing about people just taking out millions of dollars from government coffers, fictitious accounts, fictitious this, fictitious that, and as if it's so easy. Meanwhile, we have thousands of people working in Controller and Accountant General's department. You have Auditor General. Auditor General is the largest accounting firm in this country. They have over 500, chartered accountants, and they are far more qualified than any other institution in this country. Point I'm making is there is no excuse for this happening. It is happening because some people have agreed, colluded to do it. Joe asked, why do we do this to ourselves? Joe, we don't do this to ourselves. Our leaders do it to us. We keep fighting. I have been fighting decades, and they keep doing it. Each comes, they have their own clique, they do it, and it's somebody's plan working well. These are not errors, they are not mistakes. Look, the day somebody who is really intent on solving these problems comes into office, you know what will happen, Samson? We will track from the start to the end, whoever was involved. If you're an accountant or whatever, you open an account, you don't know this or you don't know that, what was the process you went through to make this or that payment? You sack all of them. That is number one. 2, put all of them on prosecution and lock them up and throw the key away. All right? During the Occupy Ghana case in the Supreme Court, the law said the Auditor General may surcharge or disallow, which makes it a discretion. That was a major problem for the lawyers who were in there. The Supreme Court in its judgment said, given the situation this country has been in for all these decades, how rampant corruption is, that may hardens to a shall. It is imperative on the people who watch our money to now not make these things a discretion anymore, but absolutely all the time without fail, clamp down on them. The politicians are talking too much. NDC is talking too much.
From what you're saying, we should even wait for prosecution. because the Auditor General has the power to disallow and surcharge.
Yeah. You see, sorry. Every transaction starts from somewhere, whether it's in a bank or whatever it is. Look, if that accountant who was supposed to open some account didn't do it right, that person should have been taken up there. Now, it goes through somebody paid. What? Where is the authority with which you paid? And then it goes all the way to Auditor General. And Auditor General also sits down, the people are still walking around. It goes all the way to some parliamentary account. Then they come and stand in parliament and nothing will happen. Nothing will happen.
Okay.
The decades have shown that it's a bipartisan agreement.
Your preliminary comments. I'm coming to Senyo, then to Ejapa and to Inus of Seni. But Senyo, though these are preliminary, I'm getting into some bit of the detail. Some of them, for example, where there is lack of work done, you can say, well, then that is clear. Work has not been done, and you have validated the contractor to be paid. So we hold you responsible. But the circumstances where you have monies or where you have the missing grains during the dry spell, you had government paid for 34,000 metric tons of rice to combat the dry spell in 2024. Only 24 metric tons was distributed. So there's a difference to be accounted for. There was, that's 10,000 metric tons of rice unaccounted for. Despite the fact that for this one, payment has fully been made. Now, you had the maize, 100,000 metric tons was contracted for, and how much of that has been supplied. So, can't we take our time and be clear about where we can actually say, even before a prosecution goes on or the Auditor General does anything, something wrong has gone on?
I don't think there's a dispute about the fact that something wrong has gone on, but because we have quite some professionals here, so we also educate the public well.
Okay.
The work that has been done so far is a verification of arrears. It's not a forensic audit, so fraud cannot be established through this accounting process. For us to have fraud established, you have to go through a forensic audit. So what you actually have now is enough data for us to, preliminary data, that's why you use a term there. So just to guide all of us.
If you have validated that, you pay a contractor.
I'm just telling you.
For work done.
Again, I repeat.
And reputable institutions find out that the work has actually not been done.
No.
If you have paid fully for goods we contracted for, and we find that the goods have not been delivered in full, that's fraud.
Samson, I repeat, this is not a debate. It's not a discussion. I'm not going to debate anybody. I'm going to educate people. So let's just get it. This is just fact. I'm just saying that for you to establish fraud out of an accounting process, you do what we call a forensic audit. This is not a forensic audit. So as much as we are all agitated about it, I just need us to be careful that we don't use this as a basis for claiming that fraud has been established. It is just fact. I have been there before. So I've had to debate people because some reports like this have also happened. So let's all be educated. It's not a debate. If you are in doubt, call PwC, call EY, and they will educate you the same way. Having said that, these things are massively concerned. I sat on the Highways Authority Board, and I was Finance Committee Chairman, and I saw things. I actually requested that people go back to validate the kind of rates that we were applying at the time. And it's good that Minusa is here, he's a former roads minister. We inflate our prices, we collude with the system, and we rip our country. To come and hear that after even ripping our country on the contract itself, we're again ripping our country on the payment procedure in addition. We are heartless people. I'm very broken, and I must commend the finance minister. He instituted this work. I don't recall the previous finance ministers doing this during a transition. But it is a known fact that our public servants, and in policy terms, we call them the permanent government, that's the civil service, are skilled enough to know that there's always confusion during a transition period. And colluding with other businessmen, we facilitate the looting of our state. Through all these kind of IPCs that have actually come, which are not validated, there's no doubt we must take this, cut the English and take action. If oral was complicated because we said that there were challenges with the preliminary data that was given, I think this one, it is like you're doing ID science, so you remember the acid test. So there are preliminary tests, there are confirmatory tests. There's no time to waste. Government should spend money quickly and go in. This is indicative information for you to immediately interdict people quickly within the next 2-3 months. Execute a forensic audit so you can validate the fraud, and where there is administrative culpability and clear negligence that you may say that, what do you call it, criminal negligence, right? You should take absolute action. We are all truly tired. Jackson, we have a right to be tired. And our tiredness should not make us stop. Our tiredness should not make us stop talking about matters and now demanding action.
Okay, so pause there.
So that is the matter here. I don't want to see your face on TV. I want to see you and Dominic Ayini. I want to see the president hold a press conference immediately, speak to the country, and give the right instruction.
Right. So
they want in the next 6 months people found culpable and action taken. The English rule is too much.
Okay. Is it just English to find that, to find that multiple agencies, including the Ministry of Defense, the Ministries of Defense, let me get to what I'm referring to. The Ministry of Defense, the Judicial Service, they submitted stores receipt advice. That's official delivery confirmations for vehicles that were never actually delivered. So when they say this is systematic plunder, when they say, the minister says, this is rape of the public purse, for which a referral is being made to the Attorney General. When you have a situation where as much as 4.4 billion Ghana cedis is twice payments.
Well, let me say good morning to my colleague panelists and to our cherished listeners and viewers, and of course your good self. I guess that the government has achieved what it sought to achieve with this unprecedented statement that the Deputy Minister for Finance delivered on Parliament a few days ago. Because I've been in Parliament 2 times. We're told that this is a special audit, and so the processes that are required under our law for submitting these documents to Parliament was not what was followed. They delivered a statement. I hadn't ever seen a statement of this nature before. COVID audit was also a special audit. The Auditor General conveyed it through the laid down procedure for the benefit of Parliament and the people of Ghana. Why I'm saying that they've achieved what they sought to achieve, it's pure PR. As far as I'm concerned, this information is already in the public domain. As far back as November 3rd, 2025, publication was made by the Auditor General in the Daily Graphic and gave a website address where the list of all the claims that have been rejected was published. And so the question is, why now? Yes, I agree. The sentiments that are being expressed by my co-panelists, especially Kofi and Joe, and of course, Senior Hossi, about the worrying nature of information that was put out by the Minister for Finance. But sitting where I sit, this is not new. In 2017, claims that were left by the NDC, 11 billion or so, went through the same process, and 51% of it was rejected as ghost claims. Fast forward 2025, this same process has been undertaken by the finance minister. And it's expected that when you go through a transition, people would want to take advantage of the system and do all sorts of things. And so, legitimately so, you conduct such validations to confirm whether the arrears that have been left are indeed legitimate. And that's exactly what they've done. But I think that the government did this, what they did, purely to kill or divert attention from the issues that were playing out in the public domain relating to some issues that particularly their party supporters were crying over. And also the issues relating to the sale of gold by the Bank of Ghana, which had become topical, the cocoa board issues, which were also topical, and of course, oral. Okay, and so to that extent, they've achieved the objective. But to the more substantive issues that were raised in the report, worrying, like I've indicated in support of what everybody has said. The truth is that apart from some specific issues relating to the national, the 1D1, not even the 1D1F, the ones that advance payments were made. The
bank transfer.
Hospitals, right?
Bank transfer.
No, the
1D1F.
The
agenda
1D1F
agenda
advance payments were made.
Advance payments that they make reference to, which were actually monies that have been
7.9 million.
And then in relation to the dry spell, which actual monies have been expended.
Right.
And also in relation to, I believe, the maize, right, where they say they procured 100,000 metric tons and only 11,000 metric tons have been delivered. These are the ones that actual monies have been lost.
We have farmers in the north.
Yes,
for paddy to be bought.
Not an issue, and I agree that if people have caused loss to the state, they ought to be held accountable. No doubt at all. I'm not the one to sit here to want to defend anybody who, rightfully so, has been found to have committed some offenses against the state. The rest of them really is not money that has been lost to the state. You can say that people attempted to defraud the state through the processes that they went through. And as a result of the validation processes that the Minister for Finance commissioned, these loopholes that people sought to exploit have been blocked.
I'll return to you.
So
I'll return to you on that quickly.
In fact, how much has been lost to the state, separate and distinct from what it is that people tried to, if you like, use the existing systems to as it were, make themselves. But
thank you.
See,
those are your preliminary comments. I'll come back to you. Yes, Yunus of Seni. Do you find them as revelations that are shocking, or like your colleagues on the platform? This is not new. It is the kind of energy and action that ought to be taken that you want. Senor says he's tired of the talking.
Well, Samson, let me say, let me first of all extend my regards to my co-parliaments. And to say that you feel to be shocked by the revelations that came out in Parliament last week is to some extent be complicit in these matters. This could be the tip of the iceberg. Why? Samson, these were validated claims by the Ministry of Finance and forwarded to the government's treasurer, accountant, to pay. It's not as if they were sitting at the ministries. These were validated claims by public officers
in all the ministries. This payment was stopped because it was felt that they needed to do, an audit of the payments. Can you imagine how many of such payments have gone through? Can you imagine? And that is why I agree with Senor when he says, or Benton when he says that if he were in charge, he will go back and track payments.
Yeah.
Because they were only stopped because there was a change in government.
Explain to me, when under the 1D, 1F, about 90 million is said to be money that has to be paid through certain banks. And all the 5 commercial banks involved denied being owed the money. How would it have been paid? Because the banks say we are not owed.
Well, so how did it get to the treasury itself for payment? That's the question you should be asking.
The auditors labeled that as fictitious.
Yes, so it means that these things were generated and forwarded to the government treasurer for payment.
Ghana.
That's what
the banks say we are not owed.
But I'm saying that this thing came to light because the payment was stopped.
Yes.
By the Minister of Finance. You should not look at the banks. You should trace the movement. It originated from somewhere. The Ministry of Finance validated that payment and instructed that warrants were issued for payments to be effected. That's what happened. In fact, that's what we have been told. That these were payments that were stopped. These were arrears. And what arrears means that the payments or the claim to payments had matured and they had been stopped. So, I mean, when I was reading the report, and I agree entirely with Joe Jackson, when I got to pay 3, I stopped. I was just asking myself, why will...
You didn't want a heart attack, eh?
No, because so...
What's that? What are you holding?
That's the...
He said he reached pay 3 and he stopped. He couldn't continue again.
Not today, when the thing came out.
Yeah.
Because you ask yourself.
You mean our research work shared with you, is that it?
No, this is the statement.
Okay, right.
Ministry of Finance.
All right.
Now, so you ask yourself, so who sat there, for instance, the Judicial Service? So who issued the letter saying that the vehicles had been received? And directed that payment be made?
That's a very interesting one.
Who issued that letter?
So what was the basis? What's the approach? Refer for prosecution, or at this time, let the Auditor General deal with it? I've heard Domelevo say that we always, try and hide things under prosecution and we waste everybody's time. Where there is opportunity to sort of quickly grab something.
No, so I told Domelevo in 2017. I agree with Senor when he says that these are preliminary findings.
You have to be careful.
Findings of fact. That there were some malfeasance, inappropriate conduct. Okay? You don't know the faces behind that. That's the first thing. The second thing, audit has a trail.
Yes.
And when there is a break in the trail, it's a query. Yeah. When you're not able to answer the query at the time given to you, it's a finding, to be a finding against you. So I told Domelevo in 2017 that this is not, when your findings are still subject to challenge. Okay, so for me, it's not, when people...
Kofi and Joe Jackson have their hands up. Let's hear them quickly. Let's hear them quickly, Kofi. So the buffer stock, we are told of a ghost account. Over 10 million Ghana cedis was recorded as being made to a buffer stock account at a commercial bank. Verification revealed the account number did not exist.
So the point to make there, you see, there's a very important point that Ejapa just made. These are plans in motion. Okay?
This whole idea, you see, we focus too much on politicians. Too much.
Permanent government.
There is a permanent government called the civil service.
Yes.
Now, with all due respect, okay, thieves are thieves. They will aim to steal. All right? That's why we have a huge system. The Ghana government employs 1 million people. Like I said, the Controller and Accountant General Department is the largest accounting firm with the highest qualified people, over 500 chartered accountants. They have thousands of staff, spend millions of software. All these things you read. Look at it. It says, when auditors engaged GTEC, the agency confirmed that as of December, there were no outstanding arrears. Yeah. Over 159 million would have been lost. Somebody processed that.
Yeah.
It's just that it didn't get to the end for it to be paid.
It got to the end, but
no, it got to the end. Is that Kofi just referred to a request for 160 million in unpaid teacher trainee allowances, which GTEC confirmed that there was 0 arrears outstanding.
6.1 million
2020.
Ministry of Education, 6.1 million scheduled at the Controller and Accountant General's Department, even though the same funds had been already paid. Somebody recycled it. If you go to the stores one, it says forged stores receipts, 9.4 million. Somebody actively did it. Okay, I can go on. No. But where we need to be focusing is who are those in the middle processing these things, okay, working with all kinds of people. Sometimes we focus too much on the politicians. There is a certain middle section that we have to be looking at. And please, this whole business of we should wait till the forensic audit that Senior is looking for. Listen. I beg you, just 1 minute. Listen, we have office. We have officers who have to do their work. Yeah. They have bosses. Without even this thing, we know about inchoate offenses, we know about conspiracy. Without the money even getting paid, it is proven that somebody falsified accounts and pushed it beyond a certain point. That person's crime is complete. All right? Okay. So I hear you when you say you want to do everything, but some of these cases are ripe. And if we don't catch these things, look, sorry, let me learn. Somebody told me, in fact, a few years back, they called the politicians, these are civil servants talking, they called the politicians by day for. Okay, and the person was saying that when they come, they show them where the loopholes are.
That is a fact.
We are focusing on the wrong place.
A very significant person confirms to me that you guys are right when you say, let's keep our eyes on the civil servants.
Absolutely, that's where the matter is.
Yes. And Michael Ochirbefi will give us some explanation on the 1D1F matter quickly. He's on the phone, but Joe Jackson.
Listen, the civil service has rules. Forget the legal matter. Somebody signed a voucher falsely. Somebody verified it. Somebody submitted it. In my opinion, why are we bothering to go to court? Let me explain. Yes. My office, if my accountant does 1/10 of this.
1/10, boo.
The rules of the game will sack. He will be sacked.
Yeah, but for you to take him to jail is a different conversation.
That's why I'm not asking. You see, when we start talking about going to jail, then we make the matter.
So as Inusa is saying, there should be the audit paper trail and the people who validated these payments.
Hold on, something. Please, like I said in my earlier submission, there is a process. You have enough information to interdict people, so you can go through the process and interdict. So that's first of all. So you see, we have to be careful.
Guys, wait till Cleve and Toe.
No,
your accountant gives you this.
If my accountant does that, the first thing I would do is to get him out of the way. I'll get him out of the way. I'll tell you, you have to go home. We have to investigate the matter.
But that's exactly what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So go home. I'm not going to now say quickly you are going to jail.
No,
hold on.
Is not the matter.
So what I'm just saying is that there's enough information for government to start administrative action. And then you still go to the process of a forensic audit. So you can now be able to create a basis to establish fraud and prosecute people.
So even now,
otherwise, again, it will become a passionate conversation that ends up nowhere. So we have to go through the process.
There are motions.
Forgive me.
Jack Johnson.
In the judicial sense.
I'm telling you. So it's the rules.
We are reading. Look what the deputy finance minister came to tell us in Parliament. He didn't mention any name. Did he?
Nothing.
Yes, but
he says the individuals are known.
Yes,
Samson, for you to establish actual fraud on the part of it, for everyone you are saying, you ask the person, what are the rules governing the guy's role? Did all the documentations match for him to sign that voucher? It may have matched, and he may have just done his part. Yes, but maybe it's one of those documentations what was actually fictitious. So maybe the person you are even seeing right now,
and that person should be excused.
No. So in that forensic audit, you'll be not able to find the root guy.
That is why.
So be patient. But administrative action must immediately be taken. There's no doubt about that. Process.
A query on your table.
Yeah.
To say, why action should not be taken against you for verifying an invoice that had been submitted already. You are interdicted, and then the proper actions are taken.
And
that is separate
for supervising double payments.
Yes, and that is different from taking somebody to court and saying we're jailing you for fraud. We are prosecuting you for fraud. We are instituting action against you. Those are different issues.
Let me hear from Michael. Michael Ochilbefi quickly. He wants to give us some clarity on the one district, one factory, flagging that has come up. He was the Deputy Minister for Trade at the time that this happened. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Yes, sir. Good morning, my brother.
Yes. You don't feel as angry as many Ghanaians feel when you look at the report in its totality, that this is thievery that is going on, and people must, face the music. Retrievals where payments have been made must be done immediately, and those who are caught to be, double verifying and seeking to make payment where there is no debt due should also be facing the music right now. Hello, Mike.
Yes, sir. So my point is that I think I want to extend my greetings to your panelists, and I want to say that if there's a problem, and we all know that there's a systemic problem in the public service, I guess what we have to do as a nation is that we have to come together to fight the problem and make sure that we cure it once and for all.
We are never coming together to fight it. It is the reason every year $5 billion is lost to this country through corruption.
It's okay to come together.
The point is that I also want to say that the Deputy Minister came only to read a statement on the floor of Parliament. He didn't come to present the report. That must be established. He only teased out parts of the report. At that time, Parliament even didn't have access to the report.
You are not saying that you doubt what he presented, and that.
No, I doubt parts with regards to what happened in our ministry, especially with the 1D, 1F arrangement. I mean, it's very clear that they got it wrong.
In the 1D, 1F matter, what we are told is that the auditors discovered 89.4 million requests for interest subsidies under that project. All 5 commercial banks involved denied being owed any money. So the auditors labeled that debt as fictitious. Sir, what's your problem with that?
Okay, so my brother, in the first, let's just look at it like this. The 1D, 1F is a private sector-led initiative. It's a 2-tier policy. I mean, it can be a greenfield business or a brownfield business. But we also anticipated that people may also have issues with regards to funds in setting up the ideas they have as business. So we decided to have an arrangement for them through what we call the agreement with the participating financial institutions, the banks that we were dealing with. So we selected some commercial banks and we signed an agreement with them. These banks were supposed to advance loans to the 1D, 1F companies that will go to them to seek for, if they are so convinced that the proposal they have sent to them is bankable. That was the arrangement. And so, as part of the incentive package in the 1D, 1F arrangement, government was supposed to pay 50% of the interest subsidy, of the whole interest on the loans for the 1D, 1F companies. So the arrangement with the finance ministry was that any time we submitted documents or we submit documents to the banks, what we are supposed to do is also to write to the Ministry of Finance, indicating to them the commitment of government as far as the interest subsidy was concerned. That was the arrangement. So over the years, we have done that from time to time. So what we did with these ones was that we only requested an amount of 89.4 million being government commitment or the interest subsidy, 50% government commitment. Note that after that request, Ministry of Finance will also send the request or authorize Controller and Accountant General to make payment. Controller will now transfer the money to the central bank. Then the central bank will then in turn transfer it to the commercial banks. But in this case, those banks in question, the 5 commercial banks, they didn't advance any loan to the 1D, 1F companies, which clearly presupposes that if loans were not advanced, it means that there wouldn't be any interest payment. That's the meaning. Very simple.
So,
albeit the request has been sent to the Ministry of Finance, but the ultimate point that needs to be considered fully is that there was no loan advanced to the 1D, 1F companies in question. So in the books of the bank, the commercial banks, there wouldn't be any arrangement between the banks and government. So if you go to the banks asking whether there was any arrangement, any amount owed the bank, they will tell you no, because the bank have not advanced any loan.
So how does the request go through a process that was pending payment for which this government now has flagged? And are you suggesting to me also that Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers, our Auditor General, they all don't know what they are doing?
Clearly, I have not said that, but I'm only stating the fact. I'm only stating the fact. The fact is very, very clear, and you can check for me. In the first place, Minister of Trade doesn't have access to any money. Because in that trade, I told that the Minister of Trade will only request, they will write a request to the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance will now instruct the Accountant General and Controller to make payment to the central bank, the Bank of Ghana. And the Bank of Ghana in turn transferred the money to the commercial bank when the loan has been advanced. So that because it will take time. So we will submit the proposal on behalf of the 1D, 1F to the participating financial institution, the bank. And the bank will check, do its due diligence to find out whether the proposal is bankable. So if it is bankable, they will go ahead to advance the loan. Once they advance the loan, by then we had already written a request to the Ministry of Finance. So Ministry of Finance will now do the needful. That's all. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say to you is that there's something like 89.4 million, which is a debt, a fictitious debt. Clearly it is misleading. This is misleading. And government can also, we can confidently tell you that it's a diversion tactic. But they know that they are just trying to shift the system. Towards a place that so that they will have some space to breathe because of the pressure.
Gentlemen, what do you make of the explanations that Michael Ochebefi is giving? What do you make of the explanations that he's giving? Yes, Kofi.
You see, one, our government systems have been bastardized. There are so many inefficiencies sometimes that they create schemes. And some of these schemes lead to some of these things.
He doesn't believe that this is what is happening here.
Well, he doesn't. But look, we've had decades of this. Every government comes and says that. Okay, so one, the government systems are bastardized. Nobody knows. There's no clear, straight line. And that again goes down to the professionals in that space. And then two, see, there's too much talking around this thing. All right. How much time have they had? Okay. And like we are saying, if somebody has processed something through an account, there's so many records. Some people's crimes are complete. There is too much propaganda. Clearly, there are politicians trying to make...
This process kicked in July of 2025.
So why is it that...
And what we are now learning from people like Michael Chibefi is that these guys didn't do their job well.
Exactly my point. So my point is all this time, I beg you, see, one, the politicians are seeking to make political capital out of this. They cheat us when they do that. All right? And sometimes that hyperbolic language and fluff and bloat, look at oral. 29 billion, today where
21
billion
US dollars.
Okay. So my point is,
21 billion.
Those were the claims. So see, I beg you, poor people's money, with the time that they have had, having the reins of government, it is enough time in some of these things to have at least had people dismissed, put on interdiction, and some on trial, and others vindicated, because some of these things are requests.
It's a reaction I'm looking for. What Michael has to say. Yeah,
I am very clear in my head right now that our governance system, designed by our politicians and our civil servants, is woefully meant to loot this country. Look, this can't happen in my office. What we've invested so much in a lot of accounting systems. Give me that. Get what? What now? They are gonna give not what? Oh, Jesus is Lord. How is it that from a click of a button, when an IPC is processed, is passed in one system, it can't reflect globally in all the systems, that we should have any problem with duplication? And we claim we have chartered accountants at the controller and accountant general. You know what?
In this specific
I think that what government must immediately...
The banks did not advance the loans. No interest has accrued for which government will be liable to pay the interest.
Something, my submission is not hasn't got anything to do with Bayfee thing. Or what Bayfee is saying, at the end, they will just have to go through this forensic audit.
That's all. I think that we should...
My difficulty is that reputable institutions, accounting firms like Ernst & Young, PricewaterhouseCoopers, acting together with the Auditor General, according to Michael Befi, and the government, are misleading all of us.
That's the propaganda.
I didn't get that.
There's propaganda in this thing.
There was no interest due for which government should be paid.
I want to react. There's propaganda in there.
See, the real problem is the statement. Because you and I haven't seen the report. Right? If they had published the report, then we could interrogate them with all the responses that people have given. To then arrive at some definitive conclusion as to what really has transpired. But this really, like I said from the very beginning, is only to divert attention.
No, it's not to divert.
Oh, it is.
No.
Senior,
it's being said everywhere.
Like I'm saying.
That's your...
Initially published on the 3rd of
government's
November.
operation recover all
2025.
What do you call it? Mantra.
It's there.
Or
I brought the
it's failing. This is what you need to do to keep your people excited about the fact that you're working.
Something, let's grant Bobo his argument.
That's what I was saying.
Argument that there's propaganda. Let's grant it. Is it not a legitimate matter?
I'm saying that I have a question.
Here is my car.
Is it legitimate matter to
Let's interrogate what the former deputy minister said. That there's a 1D1F.
He became minister eventually, I think.
1D1F project. So when the project goes, right, they instruct Ministry of Finance that we've made a commitment.
The banks will advance the loans.
The banks will advance the loans.
And the government will
pay
half of the interest payment.
I have a question. I have a question. That is only advising the government that you have a commitment to pay. When that moves from being an advice to now controller, for it to be deemed, because you see, before you put an account to be paid in, it means somebody has received an invoice
and passed it,
and passed the invoice with some account number on the invoice, which was deemed fictitious.
Somewhere.
All I can imagine is that between the time of when this was processed and when finally changed, somebody will come and validate and say, oh, we made a mistake with the account number will change. Who knows? But the point is that
somebody is confirming that to me, that we shouldn't take that for granted.
Thank you.
That because a bank says this account doesn't exist, the number is actually not correct, does not mean that that plan could not have been executed.
Thank you. That's what at the final point of payment,
new account number.
But I'm making a point. When somebody submitted that document with an account number, was it validated? Against which invoice? Where did the account number come from? It is very different from saying, I have made, as Ministry of Trade, I have made a commitment to companies A, B, C, D, E, who have now got commitments from Bank D, E, F, who will advance them loans. And for you to pay 50%, I'm advising you that this is the commitment that has been made, and so plan for it. Legitimate. But it went beyond just plan for it. Somebody said, be prepared to pay this amount.
Not be prepared, pay.
Pay this amount into this account. At that point, we've gone past just an advice. Somebody must have had an invoice.
Put a request for
payment. That request for payment, where did it originate from? Did it originate from any of these banks?
Yeah.
If the bank say they don't have that money,
it won't come from the banks.
Exactly. So
it will always come from the one
we're told about the matter.
You were saying a bank.
Yoko, right?
Oh, yeah, that's
where
I've interacted with that system, but
account numbers were changed with a certain small difference in name.
That is why I'm saying that we should move this conversation. Senor, we should move this conversation. Yeah. That look, so there is a preliminary statement or finding of fact against some government institutions in the deputy minister's statement. Next point is to establish the culpability of this.
Yes. Our point is there's been enough time to do that.
Please. Let's wait.
There's been enough time.
Please. But we just get we got the report.
So the people who sat on the report,
they've been in government for 1 year.
Even if it's
the finance minister has referred this special audit. Let's not forget, it's a special audit.
Yes.
And a special audit, which not the government people that Kofi Bentil talks about have all the expertise, and yet we need, to bring in KPM, PIWC and Ernst & Young.
They don't have
to come and get paid again.
Extra.
Yes. And they have done a special audit.
Yes.
And make these findings. Yes. And the minister says, he's referred this to the Attorney General for prosecution to happen.
No, for forensic
again.
Yeah, it cannot just this data is not enough to what is it? That's what I have said.
You have to be careful.
This is the point that you take a leave from Kufo.
Yes.
President Kufo establish a special investigative team to immediately.
That's quickly.
Some of the culpabilities are complete. Some people in the chain, okay, if you didn't...
Technically, not
the Attorney General
I can agree with
commence process.
The way we all
he said the individuals involved in the code.
You go through that process.
No, the head of the before you go to court.
Yeah.
It's not
in an institution.
The institution
has
their systems.
Administrative system must kick in. Immediately.
Those ones.
There's no stress.
Let us know that you've kicked it.
Immediately, there should be administrative interventions by the leadership in the various
Thank you, yes. That's what we're saying.
But for us to take the thing the next level, establish actual culpability, there's extra work to be done. And I'm not telling you this even on my own, and it's just because I even know it. Even the auditors who did the work, I have spoken to them this morning. They have said the same thing.
But it doesn't.
So I beg you.
It doesn't matter. Let's follow the process.
Senor, hold on.
Then they shouldn't make public
We've
statements
mentioned,
like
for
this.
example, today.
Propaganda.
Service.
Oh, that one you can prevent it.
Judicial
No, then you tarnish people.
Right.
It was all intended to divert attention.
Judicial service.
That's exactly what you guys want to achieve. Petrol prices are
coming. The work is not complete. Did not receive the video
in 2017. Ace and Kuma.
I had debate. What is being done?
Gentlemen, let's listen to Jackson and come to you one by one now.
Judicial service has rules. The rules are administrative, have nothing to do with going to
Judicial
court.
Service, Ministry of Defense.
I'm taking the judicial service as one of them. There's somebody in the judicial service who didn't receive a vehicle and signed and
a store receipts.
Store receipt
of having received. Meanwhile, it's not been delivered.
It's not been delivered. That's complete. I don't. Hold on.
You have to. There's somebody who sent the receipt. There's a process for it.
Hold on. If this is true, I send it to the head of the judicial service.
Yes.
He says, "Come, Kwesi Mensah, sit. I'm giving you a query. Why should action not be taken against you
for signing
a store receipt when there's no vehicle? That has nothing to do with prosecuting you in court. I'm not saying. You see." Let's see some action.
It's part of the investigation.
No,
it's action.
It's not even
administrative action.
Hold on.
Action. It's not investigation.
So, guys, let's hold on. So immediately, judicial service can tell us that based on these issues that came out from the PwC, etc. report, we have taken actions 1, 2, 3, 4. They are given these processes within the institutions don't last for years. They don't last for months.
3 months.
It's a 1 month, 3 months thing.
Maximum.
They convene a disciplinary action made up of, if there's a union, the union, a significant person, they sit down, the committee sits and says, you know what, Kwesi Mensah, the cast didn't come on and you signed. You are culpable. And there will be several people in the chain. They may be dismissed. They may be, other actions may be taken against them. But that is step one. And that does not require us to go to court. That does not require us to have a forensic audit. That says that judicial service, somebody issued a false stores receipt. So what do we do?
So
without,
as far as you are concerned, for the government to indicate seriousness about this, there should be a directive to all the institutions who have passed, invoices and all of these, and be giving timelines within which all the people who must give such kind of answers go through this process would have gone through it.
Yes.
Like, how long should it take?
3 months.
3 months maximum.
3 months. 1, 2, 3 months. So that we are in March. By the end of June, we will know that these people who did this, who were party to the please.
I mean, viewers should know that that is so upset. It's
not fair.
It's even teary.
It's our money. It's your money. It's my money. And you see, we forget something. It's very easy to take this and think about, some vehicle was not delivered. It is somebody who didn't receive health care. Honorable, it is somebody in your constituency up north when there was famine who didn't get relief of rice.
Big man took it.
It is, you see, those are things. We gave out money for hospitals. It is somebody who didn't get health care. And sometimes it's easy to take, when there's corruption, to make it seem as if it's victimless. It's not. It's not victimless. There is a victim behind it. Rice means somebody starved. Hospital health means somebody didn't get the health care they deserved. And you see, it's heartbreaking. It's the judicial service. It's heartbreaking. It's Ministry of Defense. No, we should still be angry. We should still be vociferous. And I'm not ashamed that I'm this angry.
Okay. So, look, well-meaning and significant people in this country are sharing messages with me. Some of them are livid, very, very livid. But they are saying that I should plead with you. They want to hear you one after the other.
Okay.
Yes.
Ijapa, how do we progress this? I see you say due process.
Absolutely.
Let's not run ahead of ourselves. Number one, we have not even seen this audit report.
Yes.
But as lawyers, you know that these are public officials who are sharing the content with us. And they did not share it in a press conference, but in Parliament, where it is supposed to be referred for whatever purposes that will be done. So we deem that every word they said is factual.
I'm not so sure about that, whether every word that they say is factual, because the information can be twisted in any manner that they want to achieve whatever objective that they set out. But look, I agree with the sentiments that have been shared. Okay, the report, if it's anything to go by, clearly demonstrates some wrongdoing on some of the issues that were outlined by the Deputy Minister for Finance. No doubt. And necessarily we expect the government to take action and bring all those perpetrators to book.
Do you subscribe to Joe Jackson's approach?
Yeah, why not? It's fine.
Administrative, internal, a directive to all of them.
I have issues with. Issue that Bayview raised, for example, maybe some exaggerations, pure propaganda to achieve a certain end. Some maybe attempt to defraud, possible. Some maybe circumventing the process to, if you like, avert typical transition delays in payments. So, for example,
schemes.
You would see people purport to receive vehicles, for example, so that the process can be carried through Ministry of Finance for the funds to come to the particular ministry, awaiting delivery so the payments are made. I mean, all sorts of things could inform what it is that my good friend in the says we know some of these things. Okay, it may not be with intent to defraud, but purely to. So that's why it's important that the entire report is made available. We look at it. People would have been asked questions already. They would have provided responses, so that in totality we can see where the issues are. Those that require actual further investigation carried through. Those that require prosecution immediately. Those that require administrative action to be taken immediately certainly ought to be done. Because I agree wholeheartedly that we all ought to be concerned if the public purse really is being ripped to the extent that the Minister of Finance put out. And I, from all the information that is available to me, from what I've read from their own statement, I'm not so sure that the entire figure that they put out is intended to be ripped from this.
How does it happen? Help me. How does it happen? How does it happen that bank transfer advices are issued in respect of 293 million for 6 ministries, and there are no supporting contracts, no supporting invoices, or records of any work ever being executed?
That's problematic.
And yet it has got to a point where payment would have been made, but for this process.
Yes, those are problematic.
That's the last line.
And that's why I agree.
So that's why that's why they ought to look. You see, somebody did something. Don't lead us astray.
Yes.
In 2017, the same your NGO led us astray. Don't lead us astray. Hey. Yes. 2000. You said that this thing should have been laid before Parliament. In 2017 State of the Nation address, go and check Nana Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation address. He borrowed or copied copiously from Dumuluvo's statement on the arrears payments. Meanwhile, the report had not come to Parliament. Go and check thereafter how many people have been convicted of wrongdoing. That's don't lead us astray. There are processes.
I'm telling you guys.
There are processes. And I said, you remember in 2017 they said contracts have been awarded for non-existent rules.
Yes.
You remember?
Yeah.
Have you forgotten?
Yeah. No, we haven't forgotten. But
who have they arrested and prosecuted for non-existent rules?
If you like, give me a minute.
No. So you see, you must. Yes, this is shocking. They might be criminal intent. They might just be willful negligence.
Exactly.
Okay? So no one expects anybody to raise invoice for payment without supporting documents. So when the auditor asks for supporting documents and you are unable to provide, it's prima facie evidence of wrongdoing.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that a wrong has been committed.
Exactly.
You understand? So when the auditor gives you a time limit to bring the documents, when you fail, refuse, or neglect to bring the documents, there's an exit meeting. He says, I've not seen this document, so the payment is unjustified. That's it. That's an audit report. So for us to know...
In the National Service Secretariat case, the people who are standing trial, the Auditor General was asked by the Attorney General to do an audit after the Fourth Estate and Media Foundation discovered some of these things.
It was a forensic audit.
There are a number of people who are standing trial under oral where you haven't asked us to do a forensic audit. And they are standing trial. Why is it that in this case, reputable institutions finger contractors or individuals involved, and you say we should wait until some forensic...
There are accountancy and business people. Let me tell you what the difference.
What is not forensic about this audit?
No, I'm telling you the difference. The difference between audit and forensic audit is simply that you are investigating, you are looking into the propriety of, a contract, whether the contract had gone through all the motions, whether they had supporting documents, whether indeed they were legit. Now, if you come to the conclusion after the audit that these things were not done, then there is a prima facie evidence of wrongdoing. When you are doing forensic audit, you are doing forensic audit to establish the culpability, the criminal intent of those people. They're different.
So, Samson, my point is
somebody has authorized double payment.
Samson.
It's been found out. You say I should wait for a forensic audit. What does that mean?
So we should establish the fact that our systems as an administrative are not working. I do think that we should draw an existential line to some of the heads and say, if some of these things emanate from your place, you are out until we establish otherwise. I am 100% sure. Wait. I am 100% sure that by the time this is properly processed, more than 50% of them will come out to be nothing.
I don't understand properly processed. When I hear Ensign Young, when I hear
Ensign Young himself, I'm telling you.
That is what I'm explaining.
So what did they do?
I've just said something.
Why are they being paid?
It is a verification.
They did this job to be paid. Why should we pay them for doing a job that we can't use?
So let them hear me well.
To get their money back.
Let me finish my point. When I say properly,
21 billion is at stake.
We have the same thing with
Samson, I'm saying this 21 billion.
How much is for Big Push?
Hey, can I finish?
Yes.
The amount of monies that are being spoken of, what the deputy minister stood in parliament and spoke about, I can say here, without fear, that by the time we finish going through it, more than half of it will be nothing. 1. 2, it will turn out that some of the things that have happened here should have been caught way before now.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
You are head of an institution. People pass things without, Now, so what we all have to agree to is that when it comes to some of these things, we have to have a bipartisan and civil consensus that we shouldn't pussyfoot with these people because they are stealing from all of us.
The bipartisan you won't get.
I won't get.
So we need to move on.
But no, we can't.
Inusa just said, you at Imani, you have misled us before. But here we are. Wait. Here we are. When the oral figures came up, Imani told us, Kofi, Imani told us that these $21 billion US thing, forget it. At best, we can only be looking for a quarter of it. Today, people are saying, Imani were prophets. He's saying that these figures, by the end, we'll find that to be whittled down to less than 50%.
Surprise me. Let me tell you. So 34,000 metric tons of rice was imported into this country. We received 24,000 metric tons.
Right.
That's what the auditors have found. Where is the 100,000?
The maize.
The 10,000.
The maize.
The maize.
100,000 was supposed to be.
100,000 was supposed to be. 11,000. 11,000 came.
11,000 came in.
88,000. Where is it? We need to understand. Where is it? That's why you need further.
As the head of that institution or that desk.
But I have a little problem.
This one he's mentioning now is being paid for.
It's been paid for.
Exactly.
And the driver,
we don't wait
the
for
driver,
minister.
a driver, as the head of that place.
Guys,
no, the driver was contracted to transport 138 metric tons of maize and rice. He did less than that. He charged 50,000. He was finally paid 61 million Ghana cedis. He charged 50 million. He was finally paid. No, even he was charged 30 million. He charged 30 million. He was paid 50 million. Finally, overall payment, he came to 61 because he was given some metric tons of rice in addition to payment. Then the Minister of Agri put in a further claim for 65 million. Who did that? That document exists. But we need to know how did that happen? We need to know how did that happen.
Samson, may I have the floor?
Yes, please.
I appreciate everybody's shock.
Let's move on.
But we've been through this cycle a lot
of times
and unproductively. That's why I'm not jumping into the emotions as much. And I educate again. What has gone on is a verification exercise. What people are looking at, what the auditors work is look at the accuracy of the claims based on the data and evidence that they have. It can give you basis for you to suspect fraud. Then there's a different technique to establish that.
The culpability.
A culpability. That's what we're talking about, forensic audit. You can actually take this information and you as AG or as an investigator can do that work on your own if you have the capacity to. And then if you have enough evidence, take the next action. Let's move this conversation properly. There are a number of things that this tells us. We need to ensure accountability in our governance frame.
Yeah.
So we can't just keep talking about these. When I started, I suggested, which my colleagues have, everybody has agreed, that we can start with administrative interventions. Because if you've seen that there's a problem, things unanswered, the various institutions must start getting responsible, delve into them, and start taking administrative actions. If somebody is somewhat prima facie culpable, the person has to step aside. People should start seeing accountability being exacted. Further investigations, and if your culpability is fully established, you can take a decision as dismissal. You can't go around dismissing anybody in public service. I'm not accusing you of anything. Don't worry. I'm just saying. So that is step one.
How is the reset exactly working? The reset. Wait. How is the reset
Samson,
working?
please, you said your people said...
A chief justice.
Yes.
A chief justice has been removed.
I'm going to say that.
Yes.
Do you know some of the basis for their removal?
I remember them. I remember them.
Was there a forensic audit?
That was not a verification audit. That was actually a full audit. It didn't go to establish her crime. Forensic audit, you go and establish fraud. That was not the case.
So she was removed from...
So she was not, the case was not about her fraud. So please, let me just stay focused. So we move this conversation out of just passion. We have to go through a process. There's an administrative intervention that can be taken to exact accountability immediately.
That all of you have said.
Which we have all said. The president must lead that conversation. The next thing, if for us to now get into the forensic side and have
the president who is not seeing conflict of interest
I will get there.
Flying on his brother's jets.
We'll discuss
People are asking those questions. We are taking a break.
No, please. There's something important. I beg you, something. You said that people want to listen, so we'll get it clear. The critical thing that we must now start looking at is the clear gaps in the governance system we have after all the investments we have made in technology. And I dare say that this is willful. These weak gaps, these weak links we have in our governance system, accountability system, our accounting systems are known. And that's why people can't take advantage of it. But how is it that we spend so much money on all these systems and we've realized nothing? There's a need for a proper review of our processes, and I would rather ask the finance minister to now call on the same people who did this, who saw some of the gaps, to lead that. There is no way that in Jackson's system you have the story. If I have one accounting system and you are taking out of your stock in somewhere, everywhere in the country, when we go online, we'll know that you have taken your stock.
We'll take a break here, but before I do that, Joe Jackson and Benton would like to hear this. This is a procurement expert. Abdullah Tabadu, he says that if a bank pays money without the requisite documents to support it, it is a violation of the Banking Act. 1, did this show in banking supervision's oversight reports? 2, Did this show in the bank's own internal audit report? 3, does this show in the bank's external audit report? And 4, what is Bank of Ghana going to do about it? The finance minister has a right to blacklist the affected banks from government business as a way of signaling to other banks. You don't need a soothsayer to tell you that there was intent to defraud.
Good. So those things can happen without rising to a political statement in parliament or even a forensic audit or even prosecution in court. And that's what we are saying.
And Samson, this presumes we are at a bank collapse situation, right?
Yeah.
How many banks went down? How many financial institutions went down? How many years down the line? Who has suffered? You may be aware of 2 people, 1 person. Who has? The banks that supervise all of the money that was given that the people are being held for. Who in the banks has suffered?
Who in the Bank of Ghana?
Yes. Who has suffered? These banks who are now saying, what? Not my deed.
Yes, but that presumes,
did they do some things? Did they issue some statements earlier that suggested that they were waiting for these monies to be paid to them?
I'm coming. So, you see, why this whole thing sounds weird is this. Either somebody fictitiously created a bank document to say, I've disbursed, so pay. Or somebody in the bank was in collusion. It's
the internal process should start now.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We'll be right back. And when we return, yet again, this is a big crime scene. What did over 500,000 youth in this country do wrong? That they were made to pay application fees, 220 Ghana cedis, is it? How much? Then they paid and went through a process to be recruited for only 5,000 spaces. They may have proceeded, a good number of them, at least let's say 100,000, would have proceeded into medical examination or test. They would have paid in excess of 1,000 each. And only 5,000 would have been employed. We'll be right back to interrogate that. We have some exclusive information in that regard about the 2 parties and the way they are talking about it. I did something stake here. People died. They stampeded and died at the Work Stadium and elsewhere. Many years, for several years, this continues. We'll be right back.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomasEyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Life can be giving it to you with like that, and everything around you will be affected big time. Too many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Save bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
When nations rise, it begins with bold conversations. When economies grow, it is driven by partnership. This April, Ghana's business and policy leaders converge at the Pro Business Forum 2026, the nation's premier platform for investment, enterprise, and economic transformation, with special guest of honor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, joining captains of industry, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs.
The Pro Business Forum is more than just an event. It is a call to action. And so let us work together to build a Ghana that is competitive, productive, and inclusive, and a Ghana that creates opportunities for all.
Come, let's engage in high-level dialogue, explore industry exhibitions, build powerful networks, and unlock real opportunities from finance and insurance to manufacturing, agribusiness, SMEs, and innovation. This is where it all happens. From the 3rd to the 5th of April 2026 at the Kwo Convention Center in Praeso Hills. Go to www.kwobusinessforum.com and register now. To register for exhibitions, call 059 555 5885 or 059 555 5995. Pro Business Forum. Connect, promote, grow.
March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month.
Have you attained 45 years and older? Notice blood in your stool, a family history of cancer? Then don't wait to have a colonoscopy. Early detection of cancer and effective treatment save lives.
There are weak points in the development and spread of cancers of the large bowel that will have control over to stop, to reduce the incidence and deaths from these cancers. Achieving this success depends on you and me. We are fully prepared. What about you?
Visit Mintuba Hospital and Coloproctology Center today or call us. Mintuba Hospital, First Ghana Colorectal Center, in to serve a peculiar health.
The journey to the World Cup 2026 has begun. Over 200 people have already secured their 2026 World Cup experience with Adansi Travels. Visa appointments are being secured. Match ticket processes are underway. The question is simple. Will you be watching from your living room or inside the stadium? From 1 March to 2 to 3 unforgettable moments. Here is your moment to be part of history. Because when the world gathers in USA and Canada, you don't want to say, I almost went. Call Adansi Travels now on 059 550 0817 or 053 100 8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
Still, Misaka, and Nemum was a summer brabo, and it can afford Swab brabo.
Misaka pensions, Carol. Misaka or the Sika. Misaka insurance.
Misaka loan.
Momo Fogusuri ye echumaden, the aboye nyina ye sika hoban. Se MTN, ana momo jumaye ni befrewa, or the 0244 300,000 ene befrew. Ne numpo orin bitsaw one-time password, ana se upin code. Enti wonso ye wa femu die na ma weni na ho na wonsa enka omo.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Grannies, let's roll it back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm's easy. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fight.
Do the price they fight.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Dream.
Hello, CEOs. Ghana's foremost business platform marks 10 years of leadership impact. Join the 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo on Monday, 18th May 2026 from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Kempinski Hotel Accra. The summit is themed Accelerating Ghana's Economic Transformation, Driving Bold Reforms Through Leadership, Technology, and Industrialization. Tagline, From Vision to Action. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will attend as special guest of honor and officially launch the CEO Government Compact 2026. Highlights include presidential CEO dialogue, masterclasses, panels, brand expo, CEO profiles, networking, and the Ghana CEO Excellence Gala. Register now at GhanaCEOSummit.com. Call 054-639-1970 or email info@GhanaCEOSummit.com. Powered by CEO Network Ghana in partnership with Deloitte, PwC, EY, GIPC, SIGA, University of Ghana, Media General, and the Multimedia Group. The 10th Ghana CEO Summit and Expo. A decade of leadership impact. T&Cs apply.
We started this process, I think, in December, right? Yeah. In December. With the hope of trying to make the system as transparent as possible. And with transparency, you need to open it up by showing people how they can apply. Then you take them through the process. Coincidentally, by the time the deadline for application was closed, and this is very important, there was a total of 506,618 applicants. Over 500,000 Ghanaians youth were urging to be able to join our security service. This is an excellent thing. People who want to come forward and be able to serve their country, which is a very good thing. But as all of us know, out of these over 500,000, there was over 130,000 applicants to the police alone. And let me say this, the current police strength we have today, from the IGP to the last constable, is 49,000. The total police force we have is 49,000. Yet we had 130,000 young people wanting to join the service. As you know, we are under an IMF program, and knowing also the economic challenges that we inherited, and being the first recruitment that we'll be doing, the economy can only bring in 2,500 more police officers. 2,500. I mean, other ranks, and then 500 cadets. So when you put that, that's just about 3,000. Meanwhile, we have 130,000 that are opting to join the police. With the Ghana Immigration Service, by the time we close the portal, to our utmost shock, there were more applicants to the Ghana Immigration Service than even the Ghana Police. The total of over 180,000 young men wanted to join the Ghana Immigration Service. But the interesting thing is that today, the Ghana Immigration Service, the strength from the Comptroller General to the last officer at immigration stands as 18,300, less than 20,000. Yet you have 180,000 opting to join. And unfortunately, because of the space, the fiscal space, we could only have a space for 1,000. We could have space for only 1,000. When you come to Ghana Fire Service, by the time the portal closed, there were 124,000 applicants. 124,000 applicants for Ghana National Fire Service. Meanwhile, the current National Fire Service, from the chief fire officer to the last officer, they are just about 17,000 plus. Yet you have 124,000 wanting to join the Ghana National Fire Service. The Ghana Prison Service, when the portal closed, there were 71,000 applicants. The Ghana Prison Service, as we speak today, their strength is just a little over 14,000. So just suppose their strength now, as against the number who wants to come. In the case of the Ghana Prison Service, the space could only accommodate 500. So the total space we have to be able to recruit in this first phase, and my emphasis, first phase of the recruitment process, is only 5,000.
So you heard the Interior Minister, Mohamed Muntaka Mubarak, speaking there. So I don't know how to process this, but Kofi,
yeah,
this tells me we are in trouble.
Yeah.
That this is the face of joblessness. And some of them know that some of these places, they are not really decent paying jobs.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
they must get in.
Samson, you remember I've used this term, predatory elite.
Correct.
It breaks my heart to say that. Okay? Because when you have a system where your elite, and your elite are the people who are at the top and are supposed to pull the rest of us up. Okay? But when they feed off you, they become a predatory elite. It's a painful thing. Look, one, this is not the first time. Okay? Two, the minister himself is saying, well, we expected 100,000 or so people. That's serious by itself. and then in the process you get 500,000. Okay, again, you say we are straight talkers. Let me say this because we all know that what I'm going to say is true. These 5,000 openings in the security services are already filled. MPs have submitted names, ministers have submitted names, the elite have submitted names. They are filled. Chiefs, whoever, 5,000, they are filled. Who doesn't know that? And I look at some of these young men.
But that's a serious allegation.
Well,
that we just set these guys up. Like in Team Fojo says, it's a scam.
It's a scam.
The spaces are filled and the people are being asked to come in.
Samson, I am challenging anybody who knows. If you don't know, you don't know. That when you have 5,000 spaces to fill in the security services, the police chiefs, the army chiefs, the chiefs around, the pastors, the 275 MPs all have names, the ministers have names, the staffers in Jubilee have names. More than 5,000 names have been submitted already and they'll fill those spaces.
At least the former interior minister had told us about how they give protocols.
Protocol?
He was forced to say that even NDC, MPs got quotas.
So I speak with pain. Look, Samson, let me tell you something. When you have a young man standing in 30-degree sun, wiping your windscreen, prepared to take 50 pesos, and sometimes they get nothing, the desperation that leads that person to stand there, and those young men are strong. That's why they can stand there. True. The desperation that leads them to do that is the same desperation that leads to armed robbery. We have a problem on our hand. We need to be solving it. Look, we are not saying if you want to do recruit, you should not collect forms. But many of us have been, part of systems. The initial form that you fill today in this world, it doesn't make sense to sell physical forms. Put it online, let them fill it, whatever it is. That itself is an elimination process. If you can't go online and fill a form and whatever it is, that eliminates.
But this has been standard, applying to university everywhere. They take you money.
But that's the point.
Online. Application forms.
That's the point. Forms are online. In the first place, we have systems that save you from that. Okay. Secondly, you have to have the empathy that the people we are talking about are people we owe. These young people we owe. So you don't add stress to them. And especially when clearly it does not look like we are going to go through a real process. And like you said, people have died in this thing. Yeah. Okay, why is it necessary? Why should we do all those things? And by the way, if you are going to do it, honestly, I think...
You just mentioned people have died. The last time, that was just for the military. And people died. Please, does anybody know what has happened to anybody? Those who organize the process and everything, anybody has been held culpable?
I have been trying to follow, and I haven't heard anybody be held culpable. And what pains me is that the military is supposed to be one of the most disciplined institutions. They are disciplined, they exact discipline, etc. And they couldn't handle a mob when they knew they were coming. What they've done is they've offered the people who died automatic recruitment for their relatives.
Yes.
And that is not enough. You see, what led to that mess that cost people their lives should be studied, documented. Those who were negligent, whether criminally or just negligent, something has to be done, not because we hate people or whatever.
So this system, as we understand, is the cure to what happened. Instead of getting them to mass up at places, they are doing it online.
No. So see, as for the massing up, I don't know why they had to do that. Now, if you're going to do it online, like I'm saying, you don't need to charge them ahead. Because there are ways you can do it without charging them. Now, there's a screening process. Even corporate, recruitments today, they are done online. They are done by AI, 2-3 steps. You don't meet anybody. So you whittle down the number, and then you get to a certain point where you can manage them coming in and having actual interviews. I think that you can charge people application processing fees for those who get beyond a certain point. But I find it problematic, even if they can justify that. At the very first instance, you charge people this kind of money. And my problem is, they know. So clearly, this thing was intended to raise some money. And I think that is wrong. That is bad. If they want to make some amends, what they should do is refund the money. But we should have a policy that says, we won't do this again. Look, when you do this, you build up anger in the youth. And it's wrong.
So what is it? Honorable Minister of State, this is how it has been done. Except this time, there's an improvement because of the online processing. Paying application fees. In fact, the application fees was more than 220. It has actually been reduced to this amount.
Yeah, it was 300.
So what's... Tell me, what's going on? What are we doing?
So when I listen to Bentil, his submissions are dangerously repulsive. Dangerous. To say that the youth were deceived into filling forms when there are no vacancies. I don't think we should be saying that on national platforms like this. It's very, very dangerous.
You mean it's not true?
It's not true.
Truth can be dangerous.
No, it's not true.
Did you hear the former Interior Minister?
I heard the...
What's his name? Is it Henry Kote? You heard him?
I heard him.
Was it true or it was false?
Well, I don't know. He was there.
No, but you know.
It's not
as an
you say that there is no opportunity.
The NDC at the time, the NDC was
quite absolute.
At the time,
but there's a significant.
Let me remind us a bit. At the time, the NDC was accusing the NPP of doing favoritism, sort of putting their party people in the security services, and he was forced to come out to say that all the NDC MPs who are complaining have been handed quotas. They were all bringing people into it.
What I'm saying.
And he mentioned all of these things. Today he's saying that today he has spoken. He says he knows the situation that Muntaka finds himself in, and it's a difficult place. So if Bentil is saying that some of these places have already been filled.
He said the 5,000 is gone. He says the 5,000 is gone. He says,
what you know about what I'm talking about? Every people send list.
When you are communicating to the youth, mind you, 500,000 people. That's what you are communicating to.
The truth is what you are trying to dodge. You are trying to dodge the truth.
Honorable, I have a question for you.
The second thing is that, you see, it's a criteria for enlistment. Okay? And that's why they had to go and fill the form. And you have to go through. So even if you are given a quota, if you are given preferential treatment, that person you are bringing must necessarily pass through the system.
Look, there are people who were in airports and MPP who were selling phones at Circle, and they ended up in national security.
Well, this is not MPP.
Yes, I'm saying so.
Yes,
I'm saying so. So you know that it's a bipartisan problem.
Then three, even what has been said by the ranking member on Interior is counterfactual. Because I know people who bought funds for all the various job openings in the security service. So you could get one person.
You mean now?
Now, yes.
No, because now the system has actually been designed to stop that. Where people buy multiple, they buy for immigration,
I know that
they buy for this place.
Bought like that.
How are you going to do that? Because your Ghana card will stop you.
Oh
no. I think you may need to find out more.
Yeah.
Because engaging the people who are behind this, I find that part of this online system cures that problem. Where they will pay multiple, go here, go there.
But that's why he even said, you remember, Tim Fojo?
Yeah.
He said, some bought 3, 4. You said it.
So you are saying the system has been gamed?
Okay. So, and I mean, I know people who have contacted me and said, look, I bought for immigration, I bought for fire service, I bought for police. So you might not be dealing with 500,000. You will be dealing with a lesser number. But then the applications that went collectively in the security service was 506,000. 3. So I've heard people argue that probably we're looking for 5,000. We should have sold 100,000 forms. Then you are
100,000 vouchers.
Vouchers.
Yeah.
Then you are looking to restrict the opportunity offered to the youth to be able to try to see whether they can get in. Because if you say 100,000 vouchers should be sold and people rise there and they are not able to buy, the problems could be more. So it was to address the issue of fairness, giving everybody equal opportunity. And that goes to negate what Benton has said. And I'm really, really shocked because I had relatives who filled forms. have not engaged any minister. I have not engaged any minister. What I've done is I've encouraged them because they told me the processes. And one or two have sent me their alerts, which shows that they passed through the aptitude test. Okay? And some have not. So let's come and look at it. This. What is happening is symptomatic of a larger problem. Today we know that 500,000 people, youth, wanted to get into the police service. And something is right. Under normal circumstances where there are job opportunities, growing up, getting in the security services was not kosher. It was not kosher. So if this number of people are going to go into the security service or applying to get into the security services, that should tell you that there's a problem. And that government should be working to expand the economy in such a way that we can create more jobs for people to get in. Because, yes, this is the first time. Montaka is right. Whatever be the case, next year they will recruit. So this is or even within this year they will recruit. Because this is last year's recruitment. Okay? And we are in 2026. So they will continue to recruit. And he's promised that there will be a database where they can call the people back. Some people who have gone through the processes, passed to the last end, but they can't get the 5,000. Okay? That's
Next
what he's saying.
year, you mean?
This year. This recruitment is for last year. And so there's still that opportunity. But the longer to address this problem.
There's still that opportunity for how many people?
Oh, for people to get in.
How many?
I don't know the number.
Another 5,000?
I don't know the number. Meanwhile, this 5,000 was negotiated during the time of our engagement with the IMF. You don't know?
You see,
are you surprised?
Don't even go there.
No, are you surprised?
No, don't go there.
No, are you surprised?
So, when was the IMF program? When did it commence?
2022.
The IMF program?
Yes.
It commenced in 2023.
Yeah. 2023.
It commenced before you did your manifesto.
Oh,
it did. So you knew.
I thought that you were saying that it was not part of the IMF.
Please, I don't have a problem. I'm saying that the commitments that you made to the youth of Ghana.
I thought that you were going to say that this is not part of the IMF.
I'm even surprised you are going to IMF. That's where my surprise really is. Because you see, thankfully, the manifestos, we read them after you win power.
No, we don't read them after we win
power. We read them, after we win.
We said that we were going to decentralize recruitment.
See, senior.
We're not going
saying to you that
boys from
we read the manifesto in detail after you win election.
No.
That's when we read it.
That's the MPP.
We haven't gotten to you yet. Can you let him finish?
You get to me.
So you see, you were shocked. And to divert attention from what I'm saying, talk about the manifestos. It's not our manifestos. There's only a number that we can take. So we are faced with a choice. Knowing that the number that we can put on our payroll is this. Do we limit the number of vouchers and make only a limited number of people apply so that we screen, or do we open it up? That's it.
Open it up, but let it be free at the beginning.
So that I like that. So that's the suggestion.
But are you not giving false hopes? The number you expect to take in the next decade, will it be up to 100,000?
I'm not giving numbers. I'm just saying that those
No, let's look at it. Realistically, you won't be taking 100,000 people.
No.
So why are we giving them hope that, this first phase you haven't, so the next one, as if in the next one you are going to pick 50,000.
Those who have gotten in this time will not be eligible to fill the forms next time. So the number.
So we will take 5,000 out.
Some may not even be qualified the next time. By age, some of them may not be qualified the next time.
So some of them will even not be qualified the next time.
But there will be new people.
There will be new people.
Because there are no jobs.
So let's create the jobs. That's why we are thinking of doing the 24-hour economy.
It's been a year past, though. And the 24-hour economy secretariat doesn't work for 24 hours.
Yeah, it's been a year past. But that doesn't mean that the idea, concept, the initiative.
Your supporters, your foot soldiers are very, very, very unhappy.
Yes.
And we have heard even NDC MPs showing how they are unhappy because they say there's pressure on them to get your people spaces in the security services.
I perfectly understand them. To be honest with you, I'm not an MP. I'm not in government. But I also have pressure. I perfectly understand them. And I sympathize.
Even you have pressure, you are selling forms. How about the people who are sitting MPs?
Oh, that's why I said your suggestion not to sell forms. I think I'll take it back.
Yes. And me sitting here,
yes,
I get it. But do you know how I get it off my back?
No.
I simply tell people, follow the process. I don't give them hopes that I can help.
That's what I did. That's what I did. I said, follow the process, follow the process, follow the process. Because if you fail, there's nothing I can do.
The MPs don't say that. When they are campaigning, they promise people jobs. So when you get into office, you can't say for...
I'm talking about my...
In fact, some of them boast.
In office.
Kofi, some of them boast that I have been able to bring this number of people into immigration, into this place, into that place.
Yes, I know 1 or 2 MPs who have boosted.
So why were you saying what I said was repulsive?
Which one?
We need to confront truth.
No.
That there's enough protocol between MPs, parliamentarians, ministers.
So you mental. When an MP says that, you think that is verifiable true?
We sitting on this thing, all of us know it is true.
So no. I know sometimes.
I am challenging you to say it is not true.
Just mere puff.
I am challenging you to say it is not true.
Sometimes I know it's mere puff.
Don't dodge. I am challenging you to say
I just know that it's mere puff.
He's not saying it.
So I just think that we're confronted. It's between the devil and the deep blue sea. Okay? Or the devil and the hard place. The youth are excluded. That's why Kufuor did this youth program. Because we have always identified the youth as being a security threat to this country. And so we must find ways as a country to grow the economy, ensure that we have job openings for people who want to work, to be able to work.
But you keep telling them, when you campaign, you keep telling them that you create the jobs for them. That's what you did. And that's why you are under pressure.
That's why we are creating the jobs.
Now, I heard Muntaka under pressure to tell the people, the party people, that they did a recruitment for YEA. And he believes that the majority of those who entered that were the party people. He said your, what do you call it, polling station executives or what, the number alone is how many people, and even if they were all to be giving these spaces, not even like 1/3 will be catered for.
Why are you selling forms?
But this is not what you were telling them in the campaign. You were telling them that NPP is putting their people there, you also put them there.
That's what leadership is about.
No.
Leadership is sometimes confronting the truth.
And you are failing to confront the truth here.
That's about leadership.
You are failing to confront the truth here.
You have just said that even if they gave all the opportunities, the 5,000 opportunities to NDC, only bring NDC people and get them into. Not all of them will. Not all NDC.
Not one class of NDC executives. Not everybody.
Not everybody. No, they won't even get in. So that's leadership. So you need to communicate that, because it's just not possible.
But you are communicating after the fact. When you were campaigning before them, you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You didn't do expectation management. Now you are trying
experience has always been a better teacher, but I said that you must experience it before you become a better person.
Hold on. I'm coming to you. Senor, do you see what has been complained about? A bastardization of the security services. The Emil Short, Henrietta Mensah Bonsu, and former, Commissioner of Police Committee, that's the Ayawaso West Wuogon Committee. Yeah. When they sat, they told us this, how the parties now just, push their people in there, and it's an avenue to put party people there.
Samson, this story, we must move it from the conversation of just being a security sector story. It tells us about the failings in governance and the failings in our labor market. It also highlights the real national security risk that we currently face. Our politicians are not learning. This country is brewing all kinds of things every minute. Our Constitution, and I take the preamble, every time I come here, I like to quote the Constitution. Not because I'm a lawyer, but because this Constitution is supposed to be the frame for everybody. And you don't need to be a lawyer. For starters, this Constitution was done not by lawyers, by hairdressers,
EDC,
truck drivers, students, and everybody. Everybody must find ownership in the constitution of our country.
The committee of experts were made up of many laws.
Yeah, they were the employees who were the ones telling them what to do.
No, we made you think you were right.
Yeah, you guys don't have human rights in the conversation of Ghana's constitution, the Ghana Bar Association. The preamble is very clear. We, the people of Ghana, exercise of our natural and inalienable right to establish a framework of government which shall secure for ourselves and posterity the blessings of liberty. Equality of opportunity and prosperity.
It means no protocol.
My brother, you know, there are realities. A country goes through a certain phase and people have to sacrifice.
Yeah.
But there should be justice, there should be fairness. It continues to say, in the spirit of friendship and peace with all peoples of the world, and in solemn declaration and affirmation to our commitment to freedom, justice, probity, and accountability. My question is, where is the quality of this opportunity? Where is the justice when we are actually looking at conversations around protocol? Where is the realization of the liberties and prosperity, which is the reasons for which we created this form of governance, which we call here democracy under this 1992 constitution? When we have 34.4% of our youth unemployed. And get it right. Unemployment here is not the level of security where you even have all your staff here going every month. It means possibly earning an income in the past week or so, or the reference week, earning an income in a day or like an hour within the period. For our employed people in our country, over 2/3 of these people are vulnerably employed, no social protections around any form of employment. So it is almost no employment in real terms. So when you look inside and you delve deep into this data, the youth that we have, those who are properly so-called employed, are just about 21%. That is why you look for a 5,000 space and you have 500,000 people go in.
Yeah.
And you have 500,000 people going because there were more people who could not afford the 200 Ghana cedis. Our whole labor force, all right, right now it stands at around 15 million. Dad, what do you do? And if we say 2/3 are vulnerably employed, what does it mean? And we look at this and we look at the youth population, the contribution in there. My brother, we are sitting on a time bomb. If I'm a president, I won't be able to sleep. And there's a need for us to, at a minimum, in the middle of all this, start giving and delivering the minimum, which will be justice, equality of opportunity.
Yeah.
So I really commend the concept of using technology as a process. It's great. But we must be a country that's also sensitive to the realities of our time. The youth today, we failed. Something is our time. We are the last batch of people who survived. We who barely survived as graduates when we were leaving school. Our seniors way back, when they leave school, you see they go into a certain management training program and all that. When we were leaving there, our people are now going to call centers, and that's when the economy had opened up. Kufuor's investments and what the policies around services, financial markets, telecoms, and all that. Those things open new channels within our economy. This country has still been stagnant, save for oil, and now for what do you call it? Small scale, I don't know how to call it, gold. I want to run away from Galamsey. You know,
small scale mining.
Mining, which created a different opening. We have barely restructured the economy. So I commend the finance minister trying to hold the line. But nothing innovative has yet been done to unlock our economy.
Jacqueline,
What new windows we have? Look, and you know, having said this, it's something.
There's a journalist here. Her name is Jacqueline Ansumaya-Bua. She says that nobody is trying to fix the problems we have in this country. Everyone is trying to make enough money, so the problems no longer apply to them.
Yeah, absolutely the case. All right, but that is the natural course of nature when people now have to survive. So if you're a businessman, what are you looking at? You're looking at your survivor. You want your employees to survive. You want to thrive. There's no crime, but it's about the policymakers who will give the responsibility to deliver the promises of our constitution. And that's what the problem is. I am very happy our statistical service, and Kudos to His Excellency the President and the Finance Minister for appointing Dr. Alassane. He's brought great innovation and sharing proper data. And that's why they say what data for Ghana's development. We are getting visibility on the reality of our problem. They released a recent employment data, and it is sickening. It is scary. And this is what the president must start using as a benchmark. Empower that unit so we see whether we are making progress or not. The 24-hour economy, when you even look in the data, you realize that there's almost only 1.7% people are working in a 9 shift. All right, so there's nothing material that has happened. Unfortunately, we don't have a benchmark before.
It's work in progress.
It's work in progress. You see, the key thing here, that the conversation we should have, and we should have a proper economic conversation. How do we build or grow this economy, make it competitive? The politics must cut out. We have had aluminium as a window for unlocking our country. We have played politics with it from, what's the name, Ibrahim's company that we did something with it. We have played everybody, Exxon, Cubic to Geardec, and then they also came with their own, which has also now hit the... Please, the politicians are always looking at who they can control to drive the unlocking of critical sectors that can create real opportunities for our people. Can you guys get out of that bus and realize that there are lives at stake? It's not about you being in control of who runs these places so that you can actually make money for yourself, but rather be thinking about the lives of the people that you swore to protect. These 495,000 people who will not get the chance, where are they going to go? What lives are they going to live? I worry. I am really worried.
But
there may be something else. Us having the right
there may be something else. There may be something
One
else.
last thing. It's most insensitive on the state of the part of the government, knowing all this, with all this data being there, to even dare to ask any of these people a dime for any government job.
Okay, so
this is not looking for school.
I'm giving you a bit of information.
Nobody should ask any of these children a single dime to apply to work for this country when we have failed them.
So, as we know it, there is no budget line for the recruitment. Not for the Interior Ministry, and not for, of course, through the Interior Ministry, would have been made for the immigration and all of the. There is no budget line for recruitment. This has been the case over the years. So what do? They get these third-party companies who would normally put in their money, their equipment, to help with the process. And then they get, a cut. And when they are done, sometimes the state organizations, call them immigration, police, they will get maybe 25%. What I have checked, there's a history that shows that between 2016 to 2022 thereabouts, the company, this same entity, TribeNet, has been running these things, and it gets about 25%. I think the highest I have seen was about 30%. But no, they have actually gotten, there's been a point where there has been a sharing of 50-50. Sharing of 50-50. It has been getting 30% plus. But today, as we understand, they have not only reduced the application fees, but they have also made sure that they are getting only about 25%. So previously, you will see the trajectory that this company was getting up to even 50%.
Samson,
but now they are telling you that they have done well. So appreciate what they have done.
Samson, I'm not appreciating.
They have done well in the sense that this is what they are telling you. They've done well in the sense that they have reduced the cost of application from 300 to 220 cedis. They've also ensured that the state organizations, security organizations, which were getting far less, now are getting a lot more because the entity is getting 25% instead of where it was getting up to 40%. 50%. What do you say to that?
I run technology companies. I'm running technology projects, all right? Government should be honest and be real to this. And I commend TribeNet for the innovation they have brought in. But that is not what it will cost you. When you realize that the demand for your thing has gone because of these social pressures, all right, you make an adjustment to the model. How much did you calculate that the people were going to collect? 250 million?
Yes.
All right? How much will it cost for that solution? All you need to keep scaling is actually just resources. It's not much. Government needs to have a recruitment system. That central recruitment system could be run by the Public Services Commission. All right? And it should own it.
Now this is what we are talking. Wait. It's information for you.
Yes, I'm not.
What we understand now, as the minister also disclosed in Parliament, now the third-party company is not only making only 25%, but the software, all the computers they bought, all the printers that they buy for the process, the state is getting them.
Again, I'm just telling you that we have. You see, I'm an investor.
It's a predatory
I own a technology company, so I'm not speaking dumb, all right, or speaking social commentary. I understand that, and I commend them. Look, if Ghanaians are doing that, they've created this, but government should be able to scale up and say, look, we are creating a social problem. You can't be charging these people this money anymore. I'm not saying TribeNet shouldn't provide support services. This structure, this infrastructure must be owned by the state. It should be owned by the city. It don't cost us that much to own. The resources to maintain can always be managed by TribeNet. In the beginning, maybe you didn't see the model, but now you are realizing there's a lot of pressure. The truth is that whatever it is, we can't be charging these children for a thing. Poor people, these are poor people. They struggle to take their children to university, thinking that when they go to university, they will come back with employment. And then they go. A poor farmer will take the child there and come back. The child will come back to the farm. And he still will be feeding the child. Then why did you go? You see, and I honestly don't see a deliberate policy on the part of our governments. The current one and the past one, we sacked them for it. So the current one must face the bullet. What are you doing to unlock this? Not just say you are giving people skills. Where's the opportunity?
Okay.
It 24 hours doesn't mean a thing.
Let me get other people.
When you don't unlock the supply chain in an economy, it means nothing. You don't need to tell anybody to do 24 hours. If I'm running my factory and I'm seeing demand and government is facilitating opening opportunities for me locally and globally, and I'm seeing demand, are you the one going to tell me to run 24 hours?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's hear then I'll come to you last. I'll come to you last. Yes.
Well, first of all,
patriotic.
Let's think about it. If I'm applying and a simple tweak of the software tells me, first of all, how many positions are available, so that as I go to apply for immigration or customs or whatever, I can tell that there are 5,000 positions. And there's a counter that tells me how many people have applied. All of a sudden, it becomes a lot fairer because I would know how many people have applied. And this information shouldn't be something that comes from the minister. Every applicant should be able to go there and say, hey, there were only 1,000 positions and 180,000 people have applied. That's number one. Number two, can we?
But desperation doesn't respect that.
No, that's fine. That's one. At least
everybody
one
is
step,
trying their life.
One step, everybody is trying. But the another step is that can we stop pretending that the government can create enough employment?
Any economy that has the government as the last resort is a failed economy. Any economy that has the government as the last resort is a failed economy. That's what they say.
They should run 24 hours.
That's what the government told the youth.
Ijo Jackson speaking now.
We are pretending that the government can create employment.
That's what the government said. It's not a question of pretense.
I am saying
that's their promise.
I am saying that we are pretending.
You see why it would be good for you to have the last final bite. So
for so long as we keep up this pretense, this is what will happen. Those who will create employment are not going to. It's not going to be there. The government will pretend to create. It will pretend to pay, and there's no lasting jobs. There are no lasting. They will go through a sanitation program, a health program, and it will end.
NABCO.
It will end. Call it YEA, call it NABCO, give it any name you like. nothing will change. And we just keep recycling these ideas that started in the President Kufuor regime. Yeah. We just keep cycling. The only way we are going to create jobs is if we start thinking about how to make this country an easier place for someone to create jobs. Until we do that, right? Until we create a situation where in this studio you can employ more researchers, more cameramen and whatever, until the private man who's stepped up can employ 7 more people, 2 more people here, 100 more people for a factory, the situation won't change. And we don't address it. You know, we are all hiding. Mr. Bento, and someone who agrees with you,
amen,
that a lot of those positions are going to be filled already because you ask anybody in this country, if you don't have a connection, if you don't have a godfather, how are you going to end up passing through the system? Everybody knows it. Everybody accepts it. So let's stop hiding.
So let's stop it, because at this juncture we cannot even give the people fair jobs. So the little that's there, let the people know that they get it fairly. The Constitution demands of us to ensure equal opportunity.
Thank you.
Where is the equal opportunity? Where is the justice for
Thank you, Senor. Thank
this
you.
protocol nonsense must stop.
Thank you. So Joe Jackson, the NDC says that in their manifesto under security and public safety, they promise a merit-based, transparent, and decentralized recruitment and promotions for all security agencies. And remember, there's also the review committee work that I referenced, which also said, quote, the ministry must ensure that each agency under its supervision establishes a recruitment enlistment board. The composition of such a board must include the head of human resources or its representative. This is a visit to strengthen the ministry's oversight responsibilities. All agencies under the ministry must ensure that their recruitment stroke enlistment procedures are well documented and strictly adhered to. Again, as it were, merit-based. They say this is what they are doing. It didn't used to be this way.
Okay, that's fine. Let's be transparent. Let's publish the list of whoever got recruited. Let's publish the full set of results. What did you get in your aptitude test? You see, one way of solving
transparency
this is transparency. If I said, let's know.
And if it's protocol, they should publish the protocol people and let us know who got protocol. They should tell us.
Allow us to know who was recruited.
Yes.
What the scores were, how they fared. Anybody was
how can me, somebody from Saito come up in life like this if everything was protocol? Me, who did I know? Who did my father know? How will I ever have progress in life that today I can even qualify to sit here?
Joe,
please.
Joe, go ahead.
We have to stop the protocol. They should tell us who has got all the MPs who are even fighting it right now. They have their allocation. They teach us. There's no anti or official protocol. They are it, but they do it.
Senor, thank you.
Don't say just send me the number. It's not the terminology.
But look, Senor may be a bit disruptive. I can imagine, I can appreciate his emotions. He just said something a while ago. If this were the system, some of us will not get close anywhere to where we sit. Or I've gone through schools. I never have to know anybody. Even today, where I have opportunity, I try to disguise so that I can get what I want on merit. Yes, Joe.
It's simple. According to what you read, let's be transparent. And it's possible. After all, everybody who applied, right, applied online. If there was an aptitude test, everybody scores, let us know. Let us know what they scored, who has been selected for the
medicals. There are about 100 plus who are going for 100,000 plus who are going for medicals.
Publish it.
Let's listen to Afenyomakin, whether you agree or disagree with him, that at this point, let's just halt it. Hold on, let's just halt it. Listen to Afenyomakin.
Forms to 506,000 when you know that you have only vacancy for 5,000 people. You sold forms to 506,000. When you know that you have vacancy for 5,000, then apart from the 220 Ghana cedi per form, you are now going to charge them 1,600 for medicals. So, Mr. Speaker, so those who qualify for medicals, they'll go and do medicals. So you have about 200,000 going for medicals. When you know that even if all of them pass, you have vacancy for 5,000. Mr. Speaker, if 200,000, what is that? If 100,000 have even qualified for medicals, you know you have only 5,000. So you are going to get 160 million from the poor Ghanaian youth.
You have taken 113 million.
1,600 cedis. Transportation not included. That is the fee. Meanwhile, you know that the person will not have access. Why do you do this? If all of them, even if 50% of them pass, even if 50% of them pass, that is 50,000. Yet you have only 5,000 vacancy. 5,000. And you are going to take 6,600 from each of them. Mr. Speaker, I do not think that this is the right approach. We've been told the minister will brief us, but the minister is here to brief us. Mr. Speaker, can the recruitment exercise be suspended so that these things are properly ironed out? Because the system that has been introduced, Mr. Speaker, for want of a better word, is duping the youth.
Yes, so Joe Jackson.
We should not stop the process.
Is that the solution?
No, that can't be the solution.
Don't you think that the aptitude test and the mass failure is intended to get the number they need rather, and which has led them to get even over 100,000?
Listen, whatever it is, there has to be a transparent process.
Doesn't matter that 1 million people.
And then I think it is unfair to say stop the process because 500,000 won the positions.
They are going for medicals. They are going to pay 1,200 or 600.
The problem is with the fees.
Over 100,000 people.
But how do you select?
And you just need only 5,000.
When we were young,
But
you know how
the
they
issue is
selected?
this. If all of us,
People in the cadets.
if you are sitting on the other side of the fence,
Why not?
you'll be asking, well, if I've passed the benchmark for
medicals?
No, for the aptitude test.
Yes.
Why should I be stopped from going to the medicals?
Over 100,000?
Yes.
How many will be disqualified in the medicals?
It is what it is. I would feel sore if I qualified, let's say the pass mark was 70 marks over 100. And I qualified, I got 71. And it just so happens that over 100,000 people got above 71. I will feel very sore if you didn't allow me to go for the medicals. Let's be clear. We have to face the situation. The problem is not taking the option away from the 500. In fact, if you reduce that, then the mugu will even get worse. Oh man, allow them. Right now, it is what it is.
His solution is that you allow them to go through.
It's not a solution.
Then you keep the number so that the next phase, you don't open again, you just let them come in.
It's neither here nor there. If that's, go through with this process, select your 5,000. Whatever it is, that's 5,000 people off the street.
Yeah.
Right? Let's be clear also. If I'm an applicant, the thought of not being able to go for the medical will be harsh because I passed. Let's do it. But let us be clear that what we need is some emergency measures to help create employment that is not driven.
I get that point.
By the government.
So those who go through the medicals and pass,
yes,
there's going to be another recruitment again shortly.
Yes.
Should they have to join another queue, start all over again?
No, if you've paid the fees, you shouldn't pay again.
That's what he's saying.
I don't think anybody should pay
way.
fees. Let's
Thank
stop
you.
this thing about asking these young guys to pay fees. It's not right. It's not right.
So let me go.
I don't see the moral ground.
Senor, thank you. Senor, thank you. Let me go to.
I was just saying.
No, it's a Japan message.
Why don't you charge it against their first income when they are employed?
Thank you.
What I'm saying is that, you see, again, let's be clear.
How much are they paid?
Some people, some of the 5,000.
But they were going to pay before.
So, gentlemen, the feedback I'm getting is not the best.
Actually employed. You know, some wanted to move jobs. Okay. 2, there were a lot of processes up to the point of the aptitude test. And candidates or applicants were dropping off along the line. It's not the 5,000 that got to the aptitude test. It's not so. So people went for a documents examination. Some did not make it to the next stage.
That's right.
Okay? But the total number that applied was this. But the screening process continuously dropped people along the way.
Okay, I'm bringing Japan in now, and a friend in the media tells me that, says that he knows people that applied for the recruitment. Some did multiple applications, confirming what you said earlier. And he knows that some of them are already employed.
Yes.
But they want a better opportunity.
Yes.
And he believes that more than half of the 500,000 are either employed or they are self-employed. Yeah. You know, they are artisans and all who are in there.
I was giving you that vulnerable employment.
Limiting the number of applications sold could also be dangerous. What if the first 100,000 are not qualified? Hey, really, 100,000 are not qualified. Based on the set criteria. But the next 10,000 who could not meet the application cutoff have all it takes to join. So I totally agree with Kofi Bento that it should be free. If the security agencies still need their money, it can be deducted from the allowances of those who are successful, as Senor and Joe Jackson just said. Yes. What do you think?
See, I'm not surprised people are calling this a Ponzi scheme.
That's in Team Fojo.
Yes, because this is all self-induced.
How?
You have the status quo being an eligibility age bracket of 18 to 25, 7 age brackets.
Yeah.
You increase it by 10.
Why?
And move the age from 25 to 35.
Another 10 million.
And you expect that what will happen? What did you expect? The numbers will increase, the applicants would increase by reason only of that decision. When you knew, according to you, that the IMF condition limits.
Now come to me. You also know.
Oh, please, I don't know.
You don't know.
You speak for yourself.
Well, when you were in government, you were not briefed.
When, according to you, the IMF conditions limit the
number of people you can put on the payroll,
recruit by only 5,000. So why do you do that in the first place?
Why do we do what?
And Joe, see, rather than use the word pretend, I think we should rather be talking of deceit. Because that's exactly what we, the politicians, especially the NDC government, has done to the youth of Ghana. Why am I saying so? Read their manifesto. 24-hour economy. Chapter 2.1. 24-hour economy policy. Same job, 3 shifts, 3 people. The 24-hour economy is a deliberate policy intervention by the incoming NDC administration to stimulate economic growth by creating an enabling environment for business and public institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. This innovative policy represents an integrated framework designed to support businesses to operate round the clock. It is a comprehensive multi-sectoral import substitution, export-led and industrialization agenda to transform the Ghanaian economy and create decent, sustainable, well-paying jobs. It promises increased employment opportunities, productivity, and an enhanced access to public services and revenue. The implementation of the 24-hour economy policy will be supported by strategic investments in infrastructure, security, energy, among others. Security. Key sectors of the 24-hour economy policy, that's 2.1.1. The 24-hour economy will focus on selected public institutions with large customer base such as ports and harbors, customs, passport office, DVLA, etc. They left it blank, open-ended. It will also focus primarily on.
But we know
please. I'm not speaking to you.
We know this.
Please.
Let him use his time. He's using his time.
And the list: agro-processing, manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, construction, financial services, extractive industries, sanitation and waste management, hospitality industry, retail centers, transportation services, health services, and security services. This is one of the primary focuses of the 24-hour economy. And so if you promise the youth of Ghana that you're going to run 3 shifts of 8 hours, and you go ahead to increase the age bracket from 18 to 25, to from 18 to 35, and publish that they should come and apply for jobs in the security services, they're entitled to assume that you are increasing the number of security service personnel today from 100,000 to 300,000 to enable you to run the 3-shift system. True or false? So why are they telling me 5 hours? Please, senior, please, with respect.
It's false.
With
it's a false premise.
With respect. It was only rhetorical.
Okay, that's okay.
So they had a legitimate expectation to go out there and apply in the kinds of numbers that we're seeing.
Because in fact, they said they will need more security
Thank you very
personnel
much.
to provide protection for the job, the companies that will do the
companies and all that, the farms who are going to run 24 hours with the boreholes that will be sunk in the cocoa farms. And all. You told them all that. You told them. Now they come and apply after you had promised the people who were past the age bracket that look, there's opportunity for you. Because we've increased it from 25 to 35. So go ahead and apply. You turn around and come and tell us what is the IMF that is limiting your ability to recruit to 5,000. At the time that you are doing your manifesto, please. At the time that you are making your manifesto, we're not aware of the IMF condition.
Ejapa, do you see some wisdom in increasing the threshold to allow more people to come in? Because from my understanding, in engaging these people, they explain that we have artisans who are doing very well, who are into various jobs. By the time you find these people, they are above 30.
How so?
And you should give them opportunity to get into the security services. So maybe what they need to do is to give a certain category for them as professionals, rather than allow them to apply for all of them.
Because as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
In the past, were these same artisans not finding their way into the security services when the age bracket was 18 to 25?
Good question.
Were they not? We didn't have artisans in the security services.
And they could learn from those senior
So what are we talking about?
And you see, at the time,
look, it was the numbers, on deceit.
Let's
call a spade a spade.
The numbers will be projected to about 100 or 110, 20,000. But today is 500,000.
Samson, it is because
so this is Ejapa is right that is self-inflicted, right?
It's not right. How is it right?
Purely based on deceit.
What is the hold on? It's still Ejapa who is speaking. Ejapa,
where's the age?
Are you done?
Where's the age?
Otherwise, you have some time. Yes.
So they should find a way to appease the youth by speaking truth to the youth of Ghana that, like Joe said, it is not the public service, it's not a government that necessarily would create the jobs, the private sector, and that what we told you, right, we cannot deliver. But you can't.
But the refund. The refund of fees.
Wait, what? We're going to increase the security service to 500,000.
A number of issues being thrown at you.
Already your.
Can I ask a question? Don't let him ask you the question. Let me ask you the question. A number of issues being thrown at you that you were taking in your regime. You were taking 300 Ghana cedis for the application. They have reduced it to 220. Wait.
You were selling more forms than vacancies were available.
Wait. Can I do the questioning, sir? And the company, TribeNet, that the minority leader was accusing, later withdrew and apologized and so on, of doing something wrong, were getting far more. Now, they are getting only 25%.
Is that why they're selling more forms? So that they can make up for the reduction in the fee that they are charging? Because if you do the math,
again,
there's no problem.
Again,
Can I?
Let me finish. And we have heard around the table from Joe Jackson Senior that the state can do these processes. You bring in a third party, they get the money, they get the equipment, and they do it, and they keep all the data. That's what they used to do. Now, the data will belong to the security services. They'll keep all the computers, all the printers that they have bought for the processes and so on. Don't you see that there's some reset in that regard?
How so? I don't see it at all. Senior. In any event, I don't even understand why MPP regime even arises in this matter. They made certain commitments to the people of Ghana, which the people felt was superior to what MPP was offering.
Correct.
So MPP was voted out. We are now assessing them on the performance of their promises.
And they are showing you the evidence of the research.
Which is what we're seeing being manifest out there. That you have 500,000 people buying forms as opposed to the period when you were having 100,000. Okay? Reduced fee notwithstanding, if you do the math, I'm sure those mathematicians around the table can do it for us, and it would clearly show that irrespective of the fact that the fee has been reduced from 300 to 220, because the numbers have gone up, TribeNet or whoever it is may be making much more money than they were making in the past.
The stampede is over.
Which stampede?
They have stopped all the sitting in the sun.
But the sitting in the sun would still happen because of the body selection.
No, they have gone. They've gone through those processes. The reason you didn't hear about them is that it's been seamless. That's what they are telling you.
Until last year, right? There were no stampedes.
Yep.
Recruitments happened every year.
Yep.
There were no stampedes.
There were, except they did not result in death.
I've never heard of any stampede at security service recruitment until last year.
Yes.
Assuming that they were. It never led to any death. Last year, it did. The people who managed that process, I'm not sure what has happened to them. Okay? So, it is neither here nor there. I don't see how...
Why should it be neither here nor there? Kofi, why should it be neither here nor there?
How is it even
they say you are accusing them. You are accusing them of not doing things right.
5,000.
And they are showing you that, for example, in 2016, there was a suggestion that even the TribeNet, it's some way. Now they've shown you that when you were in power, TribeNet was working. So, Kofi, check this. In 2016, TribeNet did the job for prison service. They took 40%. The Ghana prison service got 60%, and TribeNet retained the software and ownership. 2017, they did it for prison service. They took 40%. Then they retained ownership. In 2017, 2018, they did for immigration service. They retained 50% together with all the, software that had been purchased for the process. In 2018, they did it for National Fire Service. They got 35% and still retained software and everything. In 2021, they got 30%, still retained software and everything. Muntaka is telling you that this time, they are getting only 25%. We are retaining everything else to help us to be able to do this on our own going forward.
It is a red herring. It is an inconsequential detail.
Absolutely.
The problem, let me tell you what that represents. And I hate, but we have to say it. When people have problems in this country, our leaders seek to benefit from it. You saw it in Jeddah. We ended up in all kinds of scandals where, because of the intensity of the problem, the politicians and business people create something that ultimately only benefits them. I am not knocking TribeNet or whoever it is, but it is unacceptable mismanagement. It is unconscionable. It does not, I won't use that word, but when you have a system, a government system, that does not have a budget for recruitment. All right? What do you mean? They are creating something so they can loot. What do you mean by managing?
Where have we seen a budget for recruitment?
Please.
Where? In public service?
It is unacceptable.
Where?
It does not make sense.
Not only Ghana, where?
It does not part of
the operation.
It's an administration. And you don't plan at all for it. It is unacceptable mismanagement, and it's actually...
It's not that they don't plan, Kofi. They think that because there are third parties who do this and there will be money from it.
I'm saying that avenue for somebody to make money. We had cadets early.
Right.
We had sportsmen. It is very relevant. It's a predatory elite creating a system to loot from the problem.
Okay.
So I'm saying, no. Let's go back to all...
This proposal and that of Senor that you don't suspend it, proceed with it, and finish with it.
Refund
yes,
the money,
you've been
refund the money to the people.
Sorry. And Afeyo Makin tells me that he only apologized to Muntaka because he claimed that he had inferred corruption against him. That's the limit of the apology that he gave. He didn't apologize for everything. So his criticisms are valid.
In future, we must have a policy.
No, this one. What do you do?
I'm talking about it. This one.
There are over 100,000 who are going for medicals. They will pay in excess of 1,000 Ghana cedis.
That medical thing should stop. All right? Should stop. It's
the medical is... Let him make his point. You have made your point. Let him.
You don't need 100,000 people to go and do medicals for jobs that really don't exist. So I'm saying, stop this medical thing. Look, there are processes, ways by which you can screen and get your 5,000. Let the 5,000 go for the medicals. All right?
They should do another aptitude test.
No.
Because they use the aptitude test to clear off some of them.
Whatever they are doing, I'm saying people should not pay any more money as part of this process. Use Senyor's thing. If whatever it is,
when they get employed,
they can pay
first salary.
I'm saying we need a policy that says this is the end of this kind of thing. It's predatory. Okay, we can go back to the one that respectfully makes more sense. Recruit from the cadets and the sports people.
But you
don't need to sell all those. What?
Whether you cadet, you have to go through an objective process.
But of course, but then you have a narrow thing.
Thank you.
To deal with
Ejapa, should it be suspended? Should we go on in news of saying yes?
I think it should proceed because people need jobs. Okay.
The 100,000 plus should go and pay 1,600 according to Afeyo Makin.
The fee payment, as has been suggested, should be explored. Okay, that if you're going to get all of them to go and do the medical, let them go and do it. And then those that are recruited get to pay when they start.
Those that are not recruited is the state's loss.
Yes. For that,
should it continue?
So you don't continue.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, if sitting here as lawyers, we must be mindful of what we call the rule of law.
Yeah.
The certainty and predictability must regulate every activity that we go into.
Yeah.
That you enter into a contract, and understand with the people that when they apply, this is the final result. You can't truncate it. It must conclude. Now, they must find a way to deal with the fees. I mean, would it be just to say that, well, those who qualify should pay, those who don't qualify, you can go home? Or those who take the medical exam and qualify can pay, and those who don't. But you see, that's a service charge. The doctor is going to say, I'm examining people, and I'm charging by people. The money doesn't come to...
And as I understand it, each security service is bearing its own cost. Each security service.
Yes.
So even though it's a centralized portal, no money goes to the Interior Ministry.
Yes.
So if they are doing a momo for the voucher, or they are going to the post office to do the payment for the voucher, if I am opting for immigration, it goes to immigration.
So they should use that money to finance the medicals for the people who pass. And then let's move on.
All right.
I said that. Why are we using a private person to
private
do the
people?
This is unconscionable.
I am telling you.
No, now rather the looting has become too much.
No,
it's becoming too
no, the medicals.
Let me cut out the looting. I retract that.
No, we have spoken about.
But why are we not using police and 37 to do the medical?
Let's be sure about that. Let's be sure about that.
That's what I just said.
It is the application process and the aptitude test that we know is outsourced to a private entity. We don't know about the next step. That is a private medical.
So we are saying,
because they do it in all the regions where they are.
So, and they don't have police. So we are saying something for the record. All the money they've collected already.
I say that. You are finished.
No, I was on this. All the money they've collected should be used to pay for the medicals.
Because we take a break here.
So you allowed.
Please finish your point. You were
heckling me.
No. Okay. Yes.
So I'm saying that
it's in a minute.
Look, it's a service, and the service is payable to the one offering the service. So either we find money.
There's money.
The government finds money to pay for
There is money.
Or the people.
Please, nobody should interject anybody again. I beg you.
Or the people who are paying should pay for the service. It is not the Ghana government that is examining the people medically. It's not the police hospitals. They are referral hospitals where you go for examination. And so the doctors charge the service fee. And so if we think that those who have passed should not bear the cost, then we must find a way.
Yes, thank you. He says already you have made 110 million Ghana cedis. Keep that money, use some of it to take care of the medicals.
Manage the cost.
Well, there's a call for a refund of the money.
We must refund the money. The money must be refunded.
So if you are refunding it and Kofi, you agree, then
no principles.
So I'm saying we have to have a policy on how we do this. Which one are they doing?
So do you know that? Hold on, because you have made your substantive point. Wait, because you know that similar situations happened, and Shraj was petitioned. There were complaints to Shraj for the refund, and Shraj ordered the refund.
So if they refund, we are fine. They shouldn't charge for the medical. They should still pay for it.
Similar things happened in 2018 or 2019 or 2020.
Something. The discussion, I think that
because when Japan was speaking, he forgot that in 2022, they sold more forms than the African.
It's your promises to the youth of Ghana that is relevant.
And then they were not transparent.
What happened during
As for the politicians, sometimes you don't know if they listen to themselves.
No, you can't always play them back. It's only Inusa who is relatively more consistent. So, on that side.
But they have genuine concerns. When they raise them, we should listen to them. Thank you. Yeah.
This is it. I don't think it's conscionable collecting money from these people. These people are struggling. We shouldn't do it. Refund the money.
Agree.
Now, the security, the medical process, I can't understand in any part of my life and policy thinking. While in the middle of all this difficulty, we are not using the state medical institutions to be able to provide that.
You don't know that for a fact.
I said, I don't know. But if it is, use them and manage your cost.
Yes.
All right, use them and manage your cost.
Yes.
The next thing.
But the PPEs they will use, they will buy them. That's what they are talking about.
If the incident is on them, they will be more careful.
Okay.
Then the last one here, this 100,000, you did maybe 65 as the mark. We all went to the university. When the pressure gets higher, they increase the market scheme. Our registrar, Eti Kunu, I remember when I was then acting SRC president. I was sitting. Eti Kunu said, Senor, when we were entering the school, we just needed 2 E's to enter the university. At that time, you were even struggling with 3 C's to enter the university. So if this is it, scale it and maybe reduce the 100,000 and to some 30,000 or some 20,000 and minimize your cost. That is within that period, because if the cost is on them, they'll be more responsible.
Thank you. Now we want to find out why President John Mahama finds nothing wrong flying on his brother's jets, and at the same time is asking CEOs of state enterprises and their boards, banning them from. Is it really a ban? It's qualified from traveling for retreats, for studies, for exchanges and all of that. There's a lot of it in the public service, right? Sometimes you see people applying for spaces in the public service and you find out their main incentive is that if I am in this place, I'll get to travel to go here and there and do XYZ, and get per diems. Why does the president not see anything wrong with flying in his brother's jet, and is at the same time issuing this directive to these other people? In any case, there is a code of ethics for ministers and appointees. They are not supposed to accept gifts, not more than 20,000, is it, or how much? So people are asking the question, is that not gift you are accepting when you say all you are doing is fueling it, but not that you are paying for it? Now, some of you have sent in some messages. I'll read them quickly before I take this break. This one says that, Collins Little Tete, your message is long, but I'll try. You promise transparency, but keeping 111 million Ghana cedis from desperate youth isn't transparent. It's taking advantage. If we can't have the jobs, we need the money back to survive. So over 500,000 people, over 500,000 of us paid 220 for a fair chance, but only 5,000 can win. That math isn't mathing. Okay, so I'll end it here. Collins Little Tete. Kwesi says, Senor Jose has expressed deep concern about the alarming rate of graduate unemployment in Ghana. His remarks reflect the passion of a true patriot. Echo says, honestly, I doubt the credibility of the aptitude test. If the test wasn't conducted in a testing center under invigilation, people could have easily cheated. Many questions were not relevant to the job on offer. It's aptitude test. It's not about the job, what you are getting on that job. And the pass mark, 65%, was set way too low. Yeah. Okay. Collins Tete says, society tolerates elite corruption as business as usual, but moralizes petty theft as immoral decay. This Ghana is something else. Thanks for your messages. Darwin says that they didn't handle the security recruitment well. They didn't share clear results and just said disqualified, which confused and upset many candidates. They should have been open about scores, communicated clearly, and allowed appeals. Okay. Welcome. The young magician says, payables do not mean payment. Payables can be accruals and forecast without actuals happening. These payables will have to be backed by supporting an actual document before payments are effected. The question is simple. Have we made any of such payments to anyone? Some of them are double payments. Some of them are for payments made but the goods not delivered or partially delivered. So it's not general. But you raise a good point, so as they admit. This one says, please tell the MPP politician in your studio that some of us Ghanaians have gone past diversion of attention because we lived through them all. This is Nana Spintex Road. So seriously speaking, the mess left behind by the previous MPP government via looting of state coffers by a few individuals, whilst majority of Ghanaians can't even have 2 square meals a day, sometimes even one day before going to sleep at night, is mind-boggling. Meanwhile, government after government would be head of chasing IMF for loans and still, okay, so you have admitted that this is a ritual that we are used to and it's not associated with one particular regime. We'll take a quick break. We'll return to answer those 2 questions. President Mahama doesn't see conflict of interest in flying his brother's jets on official duties. At the same time, he thinks the boards and CEOs of state-owned organizations and appointees are wasting public funds in their travels. We'll be right back.
security services ye ka say ye bai mu ye fa nipa no bi akọ ba no kwe wo ho ne say nipa a wo fa wo mo adwuma no esese wo sika timitu a wo mo ka afi we ye bue police adwuma yi say obi a apply no police nko nipa a wo mo apply ya na omo nyina ye betimi afa omo nyina adwuma mu no 500,000 nipa mako 500,000 obi pe police na ko wura ye decide what say 500,000 seska o hompo na ye fa mu nyina adwuma mu a na mu nyina ma be police fo a ehefo na mbakwa akochi wo na mbakwa akochi wo nipa ni nyina obi akodi proti enti why na akochi
Sorry for left.
Hey, you go ask great time.
Let's all join the ride to make our nation great and strong.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many other wooden products that will last a lifetime. With Fernart Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernart, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernart Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303 966085 or 055 278 4097. Think wood, think Fernart. Life can be giving it to you with like that. And everything around you will be affected big time. Too
many uncertainties and fears. But with the right partner like Empo Life Insurance Ghana, you are sorted. Say kutu, say bam. You get the best healthcare, solid pension trust policies, and the peace of mind to grow your business and focus on what truly matters. Empo Insurance, empowering people.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Discover Willow Lane.
In Ghana, our gold is more than a resource. It's our pride. And at Gold Ball Jewelry, we celebrate that pride every day with craftsmanship that reflects who we are as Ghanaians. Introducing the Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Pure, certified, proudly Ghanaian gold. The best part, when you buy a Gold Ball Jewelry tablet, you own it. You keep your gold with you, not with us. It's more than a jewelry. It's a smart investment for every Ghanaian who wants to secure their future. Gold Ball Jewelry Gold Tablet. Own your gold. Own your future.
For the past 15 years, St. Thomas Eye Hospital has been setting the pace in Ghana's eye care landscape. In 2011, we became one of the first hospitals to introduce modern phaco surgeries, commonly called laser cataract surgeries, to Ghana. In 2013, again, we became the first eye hospital to start advanced retina detachment surgeries, macular hole surgeries, and other complex vitreoretinal procedures using the MIVS surgical approach. This year, we have set a new pace in glaucoma care with the launch of our advanced Twin-Star SLT-YAG combo laser, giving the glaucoma patients enhanced options in managing their conditions. We are a premier ophthalmic group practice with 11 specialist eye surgeons working together and leveraging technology to advance eye care in Ghana. We have 4 branches in Accra, Tema, and Kumasi. You may call us on 024-686-6580 or visit our website at www.stthomaseyehospital.com. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in eye care.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. we have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
When nations rise, it begins with bold conversations. When economies grow, it is driven by partnership. This April, Ghana's business and policy leaders converge at the Pro Business Forum 2026, the nation's premier platform for investment, enterprise, and economic transformation, with special guest of honor, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, joining captains of industry, financial institutions, investors, and entrepreneurs.
The Pro Business Forum is more than just an event. It is a call to action. And so let us work together to build a Ghana that is competitive, productive, and inclusive, and a Ghana that creates opportunities for all.
Come, let's engage in high-level dialogue, explore industry exhibitions, build powerful networks, and unlock real opportunities from finance and insurance to manufacturing, agribusiness, SMEs, and innovation. This is where it all happens. From the 3rd to the 5th of April 2026 at the Kwo Convention Center in Praeso Hills. Go to www.kwobusinessforum.com and register now. To register for exhibitions, call 059 555 5885 or 059 555 5995. Pro Business Forum. Connect, promote, grow.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Baby Girl. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Number 1 from here, 2 and 3 from here, 5 and 6 from here. For now. Yay. Now I have the number 7, 8, and the number 9.
You need number 10.
Please, I can't eat anymore.
I mean, number 10, liver salt.
The effective liver salt for the relief of stomach upset, heartburn, hyperacidity, and indigestion.
Would you like to try number 11?
What?
Number 10 liver salt. Refreshing relief fast. Manufactured and distributed by Ernest Chemists Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
You're welcome back. This is NEWSFILE. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on NEWSFILE, we put Ghana first. And my guest, you've been listening to Joe Jackson, Chief Executive Officer, Dalex Finance Ghana. Minister Fuseni is former MP Tamale Central and former Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. Senyor Osi is convener, One Ghana Movement, and trustee of the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey. Some of you are not happy that he interjects. He's getting too passionate. Meanwhile, he says he will remove his emotions. That's why your complaint is, but he doesn't remove the emotions. Kofi Bento is lawyer and senior vice president, Imani Africa. Andre Japamesa is lawyer, former MP Second D and Foreign Minister Tourism and Arts and Culture. Senor was pointing to something about the medicals, and I wasn't too sure whether it's private entities that were doing it, but it does appear that it's actually being done by private, facilities, even though they are holding them at stadia, assembly halls, police stations, Ghana Fire Service compounds, and police compounds. There are a group of medical, vendors that are responsible for it. What I have here, I suppose, is the accurate and authentic list. So there is this Peak Med. You have Lancet Laboratories. You also have Gratitude Children and General Medical Center. You have Interstar Eye Clinic and Laser Center, Lancet Laboratories. You have amongst them also St. John's Hospital doing a number of it. You have Medical Advocate Healthcare doing some of that. You have Medlab, Leading Ghana Limited, Medlab, also doing some of it. So, Senor, looks like that's what it is. And there's one message I need to read before we continue. It says, the idea that when our parents struggle to put us through school, we shouldn't return home and to the farm is part of the mindset that has ended us up with 500,000 people chasing 5,000 jobs, actually not 50,000 jobs. While we import tomatoes from Burkina Faso and vegetables from Togo. When we demean farming, the way Senor, of all people, who is a farmer by himself, just imputed in his commentary, Ghana is in trouble with jobs that no government can solve.
Same with the artisans.
My disappointment is that it is Senor himself, a farmer, who made this statement. He should be screaming his headache and troubles in getting functionally educated farm hands to employ when 500,000 are queuing for these jobs. What we should be doing is advocating and encouraging our youth to look away from these poorly paying jobs and exploring opportunities in agriculture and technical skills. Most bricklayers, masons, painters, tilers, pop installers, carpenters, and tradesmen milking every Ghanaian struggling to build a home are Togolese. That's correct. Beninois, yeah? And even Nigerian young men, while our youth are chasing non-existent government jobs. This is so true, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so true.
And they are
most bricklayers, masons, painters, tilers, pop installers, carpenters, and tradesmen milking every Ghanaian struggling to build a home are Togolese from Benin and even Nigerian young men, while our youth are chasing non-existent government jobs. Why? Because the politicians also tell them that that is the job we are going to give you. The farm hands are in Galamsey pits, on motorbikes, all over our towns, as Okada, as traffic lights, and in pavement, selling, as porters, etc. Because we continue to demean farming, and blue-collar jobs are fixated on government providing jobs for every young man. It's like Samson's steak. I'll adopt it and do it again next week.
It can't be. I'm waiting for it.
At the level of this, even the trend should be worrying for the caliber of those in your studio.
That's another matter altogether.
More are opting for the police and immigration in anticipation that they will extort bribes. We know this, don't we? And check when it is immigration. when it is customs, how people like to opt for these jobs. The process for application, the best so far in our security service recruitment, is an orientation for our youth on what you go through in most places in seeking a white-collar job in the 21st century. There seems to be more anti-government sentiments than analyzing the issue at hand in the custom of the NEWSFILE. All right, I had to read all of this, but I won't tell you who shared it with me.
I don't care. You either were not listening properly.
You have to be careful.
You have to
be careful because I haven't told you who sent the message.
I don't care. It can be His Excellency the President. So I don't care.
Don't try it.
No, I don't care.
You make an imputation.
I said I don't care.
You need to listen to yourself back to be sure.
I am very clear. Please, Samson, you have respect for me. You should have respect for me. So I don't care who the person is. You clearly don't understand.
Someone you respect very much.
I don't care, Cap Samson. Why?
So let him make his point. Senior, speak.
Quick.
If I respect you and you make a point, you should also respect me back. So if you're making assessments that are wrong, I actually don't even know the extent of your investment in agriculture as compared to mine. You can't claim to understand agriculture just more than me because of anything. This is such a simple. I'm referring to the poor farmer. No peasant farmer goes to spend money, invest in his child, to go out there, come back, and for them to still come and manage the same peasant farm. That's ridiculous. That's not progress. The fact that we all want to promote agriculture doesn't mean that that is the kind of life that we're expecting of a peasant farmer who is sacrificing so much for transformation. If his son is coming back or his daughter is coming back with capacity for them to optimize, build, bring better meaning to their socio-economic life. There's no demeaning in this reality.
When Kenneth Japan perhaps misspoke about agriculture, do you remember what you did to him?
I will maintain that any day. The future of our agriculture does not lie in us trying to re-perpetuate peasant farming for us to actually drive commercial farming and use that as a basis in the backward for industrialization. But when we keep building and rebuilding just within the same hole, we make no progress. So that I absolutely respectfully disagree with whoever sent you that. The portions about the skill set that we have relative to artisans, I absolutely agree. Anyway, I'll defer the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So whoever sent that, to please get better educated.
Thank you very much.
Scholarships.
Yes.
How many of the children benefit from the scholarship and return?
Kofi?
Yeah.
Let me start with you.
That's the question.
Let me start with you on the presidential. It's not presidential jet, really.
It's not.
It's a private jet that is being turned to the president's jet.
Yeah. Okay.
And in any case,
what do you say about that?
Our failing agriculture, because policy has been more farming
and the ban that is being issued on the CEOs of government institutions and also boards. Sometimes they carry themselves, all of them. They are going to a conference.
And that is a loot of the state. It never makes sense. So I agree with the president on that. Too many times, especially when state-owned organizations and their leaders fail, they ask for more money for training. You get into the job based on your previous qualification and capability. If you fail, you should be sacked, not go for more training. But when the president says that and then proceeds to do what he does, he loses his moral ground. And that is why they will not mind him. And for some of them, he will not be able to do anything. But let's deal with a specific issue.
They cannot not mind him. Because you are supposed to now submit your travel and justify why it should be.
They say that all the time. And nobody does anything. And he can't do anything to them for all kinds of reasons. Please, So, and I'm saying he undermines his own, position when he does some of these things. And look, we have systems in our ministries, departments, and agencies where people are getting auxiliary salaries from all kinds of other places, including World Bank and other places. So that's it. But the substantive issue of the president traveling on his brother's jet, it is not just for the sake of comfort that nations provide their leaders with things like private jets. It has something to do with the dignity of the state. Okay? It has something it does to the mindset of a people. That the leader, not because of himself, but because he carries the state, should travel in a certain way. It has a way it affects morale, etc. But in a third world poor country, we should be minded. okay, not to treat our leaders as or like Arabian kings, okay? But Ghana, with an economy of our size,
100 billion,
with the kind of, the kind of country that we are remiss not to have a good, proper, serviceable private jet for all our presidents and maintain same. In fact, not even if we have two, it's not a problem. So that is an issue. And you know why? Because the two parties have been playing politics with it. They have been kicking this ball and they don't do what they have to do. They play all kinds of games and then they come and they do worse than what their predecessors did. Now, if therefore we don't have a private jet, personally, if I am traveling and I meet my president together with me in the plane, whether in business class or first class, it will do something negative to me. I want my President Mahama to travel like the head of state of Ghana, land in his private jet. So I am prepared to admit that even though we are poor third
in
world
his
country,
private jet,
please, you know what I mean, not his personal private jet.
State.
I am prepared, state-owned private jet. I am prepared to say, even though we are a third world poor country, we should not make our leaders Arabian kings. Where he doesn't have a state private jet, it is reasonable to charter a jet for him. And chartering a jet does not mean chartering one with showers and baths. Well, Warren Buffett has net jets. He refused to buy his own private jet. He had a system where you can rent a private jet. You use it, you send it back. There are all kinds of arrangements that we can do. So we can't say in the name of saving money, okay, that our president should travel commercial.
Exactly the point. They say it was too expensive.
I'm coming. I'm just telling you that it does not have to be expensive. It does not have to be expensive. All kinds of people travel on private jets. So that whole thing is for us to have a certain concept. That's why I'm developing this and that. It's not just about the president's comfort or bathing in the sky or whatever. It has to do with, look, your president arrives and he's in some BA, whatever it is. So if the president has to use another person's jet or rent a jet and his brother has a jet, I think it will be cheaper. Okay, so to that extent, I can find justification only to the extent that, the use of this jet saves us money. That is the only excuse that I can find, and it's a very bad excuse. We should not, as a state, in the name of being cheap, go and use the president's brother's private jet. Why? For so many reasons. First reason is security. Let me tell you this for a fact. We are talking and we are complaining about this, so maybe he will stop, but maybe he won't stop. And it is not the state that maintains the private jet. It is not the state that provides the pilot. It may not be the state that provides the air hostesses in that. If he travels on his brother's private jet today, we don't talk and he doesn't stop. It means he will travel on it another time. Somebody who wants to deal with our president or our state, because some of these private jets, they go outside for maintenance, will plant a listening and camera device in it and let it stay there until the next time the president is traveling, and he may have to sleep on the jet, whatever it is that happens that you don't know, but then you have compromise. You will put the whole security of the state in jeopardy simply because somebody chose to save money and use his brother's jet. So it is wrong, very wrong on so many levels on that. And see, when we talk about like the president running the country, you talked about moral authority. Here is his brother, who today is seeking so many different government jobs, contracts, whatever it is, has been involved here and there, and even in a few controversies. When we talk about conflict of interest, it's not about actual conflict of interest. There is actual, but the more important one is perceived conflict of interest. Who do you think you will be to sit in some ministry, department, or agency and refuse the brother of the president? Only that is a problem.
Perceived.
Whose jet is the one the president has been using? All right? So look, that conflict of interest, when you bring it in this context, the president has erased everything. And when you do that, even if his brother Ibrahim wins something fair and square, there will always be a question about it. Look, I can go on and on and on, but the point I'm making is that this is wrong. The justification of saving money is wrong. The security issues are serious. The conflict of interest is glaring, loud, shouting, and is terrible. And it makes the president lose his moral authority to check his people when they are taking jets of their friends to do government business.
Joe Jackson, I've had the opportunity to teach conflict of interest. to university, managers. And I delivered one of those lectures recently at the University of Ghana for university managers across. And some people were surprised at me. I opened my lecture and closed it on 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 22. It says, avoid all appearances of evil. All appearances of evil. So I tell people, once it appears that way, don't justify it, stop. But in this case, the president is saving us millions of dollars by doing that. Why don't we use it?
I'm out. First of all, if our president needs a private jet, it is the duty of the state to provide one. That's number one. If he thinks using his brother's jet saves us money, we could have a discussion. But what's the value? How transparent is it? Who pays for everything from fuel to pilots to the landing fees for everywhere the plane lands?
Take-off fees, garage fees.
Take-off fees.
Parking fees.
Parking fees.
Even airspace.
Airspace. Owning a private jet.
Kwache Ofosu says all the president takes care of is the fuel and perhaps the landing fees. But as for the staff, they are already employees of Ibrahim Mahama, so they are paid.
Problems.
Then
that's a gift.
See, here's the point. So there's a value to the service that he's given to his brother. Let's be transparent about that value. Then let's see whether that value scales the same hurdles that the president has put for all his appointees, including himself. He was very clear about gift giving, gift taking, and everything.
He has suffered for taking a gift before, so
for me, there are a number of challenges with this issue. Number one is, first one, if the president needs a private jet, let's do it. And Kofi here said it clearly. There's security.
There's a replacement jet that's been, ordered.
Good.
Together with one for the army or so. Now you see the politicians, when they want to buy these things, they can't say we are buying for the president. They will normally say we are buying for the army or something. Because they politicize all the time. And the one we have is also said not to be airworthy.
Yeah, it's all good. Not being airworthy is not a recent issue. It's been an issue for some time. But put all that aside.
That time, what did President Mahama say? Or what did he, agree and endorse his minister now, Samoku Jeto, who was doing to say?
It's this partisan politics that has come back to hang all of us. But the issue is very simple. If I'm CEO of Delex, it doesn't mean my brother cannot provide certain services.
Agreed.
But that decision cannot be taken by me, and it should be thoroughly transparent. So that, you see, it's the appearance will be avoided. It's not, let's be clear. The president's brother can undertake certain services. Otherwise, it won't be fair. But the appearance of conflict of interest is avoided by being transparent, by declaring this is the value, this is how much it costs to run the jet, this is the services provided, right? Because a jet is not, I don't own a jet because I can't afford one. I may be able to afford a car. If I give you my car, I can tell you rental could be $100 a day. So, or 1,000 cedis a day. So if I give you my car for 3 days, that's the value of the gift I've given to Senor. Let's have all that transparent, clear. Let's make sure it scales hurdles. He himself, he's put certain bars in place. Let's make sure it scales all those bars. And then avoid this discussion really is a red herring. For me, let's make sure our president travels in security and in safety. Nobody wants any sort of situation where we've suffered enough trauma from helicopters. We don't need any more. We don't need any more trauma.
So why are we buying?
What will you say briefly about the ban on the leaders of state-owned enterprises, their boards, and public institutions undertaking international travel for training, retreats, conferences, and now we're being told that that's too expensive. They can do it locally. If they are going to maybe Paris for some university to do it, they can do it here, or they can opt for a virtual, process. Otherwise, anytime you have any such, bring it for vetting to be done. Like Kofi said, when I saw the, letter, I said, Matia Bre.
Listen, I think that government appointees were misusing and abusing this thing. This is not the first time we've heard of a ban of some sort. The previous regime had some ban of some sort. We don't know when it was removed. All we know is that at some point it ceased to be effective. There is, if we show teeth in this one, then we will believe that it works. There has always been the suspicion that appointees are abusing the, in quotes, per diem issue, right? In fact, we've heard stories of people who attend 3 conferences simultaneously.
in some countries, they attend virtual conferences in the country.
I will be the first to tell you that very few private organizations would sustain the level of travel that we do outside for training. And you see, there are some really decent training organizations in this country where we could achieve a lot without necessarily moving outside.
Thank you. Ejapa Mensah, so you may know this already. Briefly about this, then we go to the private jet, because we are told that, according to the presidency, in several instances, such travels have resulted in significant expenditure on airfares, accommodation, per diem, and associated logistics, placing avoidable pressure on the public purse at a time when government is implementing firm measures to ensure fiscal discipline, efficient public financial management, and the responsible utilization of national resources. I've known a situation where a state-owned organization, they don't have money. It is the EU that is giving them money to do projects. Government is only paying salaries, doesn't give them money for anything. And yet, when the CEOs, they get an invitation to a conference outside, they get an economy ticket. They find the money from the organization to upgrade the ticket.
Well, I guess there's just the embellishment, that the letter seeks to, put out there that for me is worrying. Otherwise,
we have to be very brief. Our time is almost up, unfortunately.
Any policy that seeks to, save costs for the state should be welcome. Said that is not new. I know that when we're in government, there was clear directive on travels that you needed a chief of staff's approval before you could go.
It's still enforced.
In President Mahama himself, I've seen last year, same secretary wrote a letter for the ministries, departments, and agencies. So I guess that, maybe they realized that they were not complying with the directive, or that some people or category of public service workers felt that it wasn't applicable to them. And so they needed to come out with this one to make it,
so it's good. Presidential travels.
It's a big problem.
Mm.
And it's really the politics. And it hurts me. Because personally, I believe strongly that having a jet for the president is the right thing to do. For various reasons. Samson, can you imagine the president doing a 6-hour transit? For example, sitting at the airport,
Dubai or London,
waiting when, that time that belongs to the people can be used for much more productive ventures. Yeah, I know people can argue that, look, even in transit, you may be in a position to have the facilities to work. But the environment itself, for me, is not conducive. So necessarily, if we have a jet for our president, is in the right direction.
Okay.
I support the decision for the acquisition of one.
While what we have is grounded, and there are plans to bring another one.
Yeah,
what should he do?
I guess it's really a question of the jet belonging to the president's brother who does business with the state. That's what is irking people. And so the questions coming up as to whether that in itself amounts to some conflict of interest.
Right.
Okay, people have advised the president to stop. I hope he will listen and do the needful. Otherwise, then like Kofi and...
One of the best ways to deal with conflict of interest is to declare it up front. And Joe Jackson is talking about it.
But of course, we all know that
transparency.
At least we are told. But it was interesting for me because even if I get a new car, it's very difficult for me to let even my driver drive it for at least 6 months or 1 year.
To enjoy it.
Even my wife doesn't go close to a new car. And so for the president's brother to give his brand new jet that he procured only last week, and the first significant travel that the plane embarks on is for the president's travel to Korea, the love must be deep.
Of course.
Yes,
or that the benefits thereof. But then again, legitimate questions about how that in itself is consistent with a code of conduct that says don't take gifts.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I think it's something that we have to do.
All right. Inez of Seni, what do you see?
On what?
On the jet. Should he be traveling on the jet?
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely nothing wrong.
I'm happy you said you teach conflict of interest to. The conflict of interest definition has 2 legs. One, putting yourself in such a situation that will affect decisions that you will make concerning the other party. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Which other party has conferred some benefit on you.
Right.
You perceive that conferment of that benefit on you will influence your decision. So it has got 2 parts. Okay? So what benefit is John Dramani Mahama conferring on Ibrahim Mahama? Is it because he's president?
It's the other way around.
No. Ibrahim Mahama has conferred a benefit on the president.
Yes.
And in fact, that benefit is not even on the president. That benefit is on the state.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on the president. So what benefit is John Dramani Mahama conferring on him?
That will bring perspective. You haven't heard that?
So
the gifts that the public officers, his appointees are not supposed to get.
AUE, that's business of Ghana. When the president wanted to attend a conference, they made a jet available at his disposal. I didn't hear this talk about conflict of interest. Or is it because
they are not seeking government business?
Are you sure?
All right. Please don't. I've got just a minute for him. I'm closing. So
buying a presidential jet, I hear you say they couple it with military. The presidential jet is part of the fleet of the Air Force. It's always part of the fleet of the Air Force. Now, then the third thing is that, you see, there is always, and before I even go there, a former minister of state under Kufo has said that the fact that he's in business doesn't mean that his family members should not eat.
Agreed.
Yeah. So you just have to, like Jackson says, have to do it in accordance with law.
Okay. All right.
The last one
my producers are speaking to me. We need to end now.
Yeah. What is happening with the regulation? It's just public officers have to be regulated in the way they use public resources.
Okay.
Particularly for travel.
All right. Thank you. Senor, let's hear you. Senor, sorry, hold on. Senor, let's hear you. Yes, let's hear you.
Well, something. Well, I commend Ibrahim on his acquisition of a private jet. I work at different levels in my career. I see the value of it for his kind of life. If his business has been able to create opportunity, I think that we should be proud that a son of our soil has been able to achieve something like that. But it is absolutely concerning as well if that asset is coming to the state for free without this much clarity, because he's also somebody who benefits from the state.
Okay.
He's benefited from concessions or some facilitated by the state. And he's been, for the mining, for example, I say, if Ibrahim can't own a mine, who in Ghana should? Because he's the largest contract miner. You know, so we respect
in Ghana and beyond.
And beyond. So it's we respect his achievements. But the government can also not be lost on the fact that, just like justice is said, that justice should not just be done, but should be what?
Manifestly seen to be done.
So good governance must be manifestly seen to be done.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that His Excellency the President in his quiet can appreciate the complexity of what has happened. And I think that it should improve the optics of the governance.
Thank you.
Having said that, Mr. Ladi, producers, am I permitted to proceed? Very well. May we all rise.
Producers.
We have taken over your show. May you rise. Let's celebrate a great man.
Okay.
And this is a humble toast which I've been tasked to write and submit.
Yeah.
For years, Samson, you've held NEWSFILE, this particular seat with grace.
It's your birthday. Oh, wow.
So this is what you have agreed with them to do.
So may I proceed? Yes,
you may. Proceed with the lucky.
For years, you've held the NEWSFILE seat with grace. A steady mind in Ghana's public space. A senior lawyer whose wisdom lights the way. A voice that helps the nation to think each Saturday. Beyond the cameras, your service runs deep. Pro bono battles fought for those who could not speak. A true voice for the voiceless. You stood with journalists. You stood with the weak. You stood with the poor. You stood with Ghana when storms grew loud. You are a quiet shield, an unwavering and honorable soul. To stand with you today, we all are proud. So today we pause the arguments, the sound bites, and the chats to celebrate the man with one of Ghana's biggest hearts. Samson, may this new year crown you with joy. Happy birthday and thank you for the service and justice you deploy.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Samson. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Did you ever lead one of such against me in a cafe?
Have a taste.
Yes, I'll do that. But before I do that, those who pay for this show, Bank of Africa, strong as a group and close as a partner, MTN everywhere you go. Ashesi University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. Robert & Sons Optical Services, your comprehensive eye care service provider for 33 plus years. My Way. So that's why when I was coming to you, say I should come to you last. I didn't get the point. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntex Tanks is strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, proudly Ghanaian. Koa Natural Juice, 100% cocoa fruit juice. Malcolm, your number one shopping destination. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. St. Thomas Eye Hospital, providing excellence in healthcare. And Gold Board again. Okay, I think they are paying extra. So Gold Board Jewelry, pure, precious, and proudly Ghanaian. My outfit, as always, is by Habil Scotter. Call them 0200 84 19 88. Thank you all so very much. My guests have been Andre Japamesa, Kofi Bentel, the rebel, Senior Hosi, another rebel, real rebel, Inus Afuseni, and Joe Jackson. We're so happy to have you again. Maybe we should have you a lot more.
Yeah, you're collapsing somebody.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday again. Thank you, Kofi. Thank you. All right.
And tomorrow, Mama V Osu Abwaji, join her on my favorite show, The Law.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior. Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Sorry for left.
Hey, you going to screen tire?
Let's all join the ride to make our nation great and strong.
The journey to the World Cup 2026 has begun. Over 200 people have already secured their 2026 World Cup experience with Adansi Travels. Visa appointments are being secured. Match ticket processes are underway. The question is simple. Will you be watching from your living room or inside the stadium? From 1 match to 2 to 3 unforgettable moments. Here is your moment to be part of history. Because when the world gathers in USA and Canada, you don't want to say, well, I almost went. Call Adansi Travels now on 059 550 0817 or 053 100 8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now.
Excellent furnishing in a real estate business is a great deal for survival. My struggles as a young estate developer were cut short when I discovered Fernart Ghana. With quality furniture made from the finest woods and amazing after-sale service, Fernart Ghana changed my story with every single home I built. It's a one-stop shop that serves the interests of clients with a variety of living room and dining sets, solid wood kitchen installations, wardrobes, doors, cabinets, beds, pergolas, floor parquets, and many any other wooden product that will last a lifetime. With Fernat Ghana, all clients are offered the opportunity to customize furniture to their specifications, and the smile on their faces says it all. Thanks to Fernat, now your home can look beautiful with furniture that would last for generations. Visit Fernat Ghana today and share my story. Locate us at Yaniba Estate, Osu, Accra, or call 0303-966-085 or 055-278-4097. Think wood, think Fernat.
Welcome to Malcolm, where shopping is a musical experience for all generations. Grannies, let's roll it back.
Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you. Life made so easy, easy, lemon squeezy, shopping made easy. Sometimes money day, sometimes some way out of budget. Malcolm's easy. The price is right.
The price is right.
The price is nice.
The price is nice.
Fresh with the vibes, unbeatable. Do the price they fly.
Do the price they fly.
Your number one stop shop, number one. Your number one stop shop, Malcolm. Malcolm got now we did for you. Malcolm's got it all for me and you.
No matter the generation you belong to, Malcolm is where Ghana shops.
Bring back home the experience.
Bring home the experience.
Dream.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the Eco Park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Are missing teeth affecting your confidence? Dental implants could be the solution. Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana, and I'm here to tell you about the amazing benefits of dental